Chapter 16, 71. Su Yu finally understood why Jian Ruxiong valued this piece of dragon bone so much. For this, he mobilized the entire faction to search for Su Yu throughout the Jianxian Ocean. What Jianxian had spent so much effort on finally fell into Su Yu's hands. Then, more information appeared in Su Yu's mind. It was about the specific details of the Royal Dragon Sword. According to the information, the Royal Dragon Sword was forged by the first Dragon Emperor using his own dragon spine. The body of the sword naturally retained the three most powerful dragon divine techniques of the first Dragon Emperor. Its power was extremely powerful. Even the simplest first stroke could compete with the divine warriors of heaven and earth. As for the next two strokes, although the information did not elaborate, it was obvious that they were definitely stronger than the first stroke. A trace of excitement lingered in Su Yu's heart. The strength of this sword was far superior to the Azura sword. Of course, the consequences of forcibly using the Royal Dragon Sword were quite serious. Like a child wielding a giant sword that weighed 100 pounds, he might be crushed by the weight of the sword before he could even hurt the enemy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never try it. The lowest realm to wield this sword was the cultivation of an overlord. Without such a realm, no matter how the Royal Dragon Sword was waved, it would not release any power. Overlord realm. Su Yu frowned slightly. He had just become a level 1 Cavern World Master and had not had time to consolidate it. How difficult would it be to break through to the Overlord level again? Whether he could break through the Overlord realm and master this sword before he met a Tribulation Fairy was completely unknown. Suddenly, Su Yu felt a warmth pass through his palm. Moving his palm away, he found that there was a transparent crystal bead the size of a thumb in the hole in the center of the sword hilt. The surging dragon power filled the bead, providing the Royal Dragon Sword with a steady stream of dragon power. Only in this way could the Royal Dragon Sword unleash the powerful dragon divine technique. It seems like the long sword formed by the power of the divine dragon hidden in the stone sword is the dragon pearl that the Dragon Emperor spat out that disappeared without a trace. Su Yu came to a sudden realization. No wonder when he came into close contact with the stone sword, he triggered a reaction from the stone sword. It turned out that the dragon pearl was inside the stone sword. Su Yu had cultivated the dragon forbidden technique, the dragon abyss treasure scroll, so the dragon pearl sensed it and mistook Su Yu for a dragon. After sorting out the cause and effect, Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Epic-making dragon. Oh, epic-making dragon, you didn't expect this, did you? The dragon abyss treasure scroll that you tricked me into cultivating back then has helped me instead. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have if you find out now. Su Yu couldn't help but think to himself. At the same time, a thought flashed through Su Yu's mind. He clearly remembered that Yongye Chioma had obtained the epic-making dragon's dragon pearl, which allowed him to leap from a god to an overlord. Now that the dragon orb of the Dragon Emperor was in his hands, could he also? Su Yu's heart thumped with excitement. Filled with anticipation, Su Yu first consolidated his cultivation base. He had unexpectedly broken through to the first Heaven Cave Abode World Venerable, and his divine power was exceptionally huge, so he needed to carefully sort it out. 3 days later, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light were flickering in his eyes, and his whole body's essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although he didn't move, he gave off an abnormally strong sense of oppression. According to the ancient books, one needs to go through a very difficult period to achieve a breakthrough to become an overlord, Su Yu recalled. An overlord was stronger than a cave abode world venerable because the divine power of an overlord was far more abundant than that of a cave abode world venerable. If the divine power of a first heaven cave abode world venerable was 1, then the divine power of a bronze overlord was 10. There was a difference of 1 level, but the divine power was 10 times greater. The divine crystal of a peak cave abode world venerable was already full of divine power. How could it continue to accommodate divine power that was 10 times stronger? Therefore, another space had to be opened up to store divine power. That space was called the inner mansion. Opening up the inner mansion was the process of becoming an overlord of the galaxy. This process was usually very difficult, relying on one's own efforts to open up the inner mansion bit by bit, at least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. More than 90% of the cave abode world venerables were forever stuck in the process of opening up the inner mansion, unable to become an overlord in their lifetime. Those overlord-level geniuses broke through and became overlords at a young age, usually with the help of powerful experts of the faction, who persistently opened up the inner mansion with the help of powerful divine power. For example, the Star Pavilions by Shuejian, the Merciless Saber Emperor's successor, and the Snow Dragon Emperor's successor, Empress Ziwei. Of course, there were very few exceptions, such as the Star Pavilion's Shui Guanyin. She was born with a blood lotus in her mouth, and her cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace with divine help. She had no elders to help her. The reason she was able to open up the inner mansion in such a short time was probably because of the mysterious blood lotus. Su Yu had no elders, but like the blood Guanyin, he had an extraordinary treasure with him, the Dragon Ball. With the help of the endless and powerful divine dragon power, opening up the inner mansion was just around the corner. And with the help of the divine dragon power, he could imitate Yongye Choma and refine the Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, time was running out. 3 days had passed, and the opening day of the ancient dream altar was approaching. He could only try to refine it slowly on the way. When he opened the door of the secret room, Li Yu was in sight. She smiled calmly. "I thought you were in seclusion for too long." "How are your preparations?" Su Yu asked. Li Yu was startled. "You want to take me there? Don't you want to go?" Su Yu smiled. Li Yu nodded. "I want to, but I don't want to be a burden to you." She thought she was mediocre, but she had a stubborn side in her heart. Just like that night under the moon, she showed her unyielding heart of martial arts that was bound by the Double Star Island. Su Yu shrugged. "I'm just taking you in along the way. As for what you find, it's all up to you." Blinking her eyes, Li Yu smiled gently. "Thank you." After the preparations were complete, they connected to the ravenous wolf star, and everyone arrived at the palace of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. At the birthday banquet 3 days ago, Shueyu had amazed everyone. This time, many people were paying attention to Shueyu. To their regret, Shueyu did not show up. Instead, he was replaced by an unfamiliar young man they had never seen before, a handsome, silver-haired young man who kept a low profile. Noticing that he was with Li Yu and the ravenous wolf star, some of the smarter ones could not help but speculate. Could that silver-haired young man be Shueyu? It's highly possible. You should remember Shueyu's request to the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, right? The Yin-Yang Hot Spring. No, but there were also people who objected. Although the Yin-Yang Hot Spring can change one's appearance and breath, it can't change one's cultivation. A level 3 Cavern World senior breaking through to level 1 overnight. Do you think it's possible? The possibility is 0. A very experienced elder said with certainty. Think about the Starry Pavilion's Shui Guanyin, the Merciless Saber Emperor's successor, and the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior successor, Empress Ziwei. Which one of them is not a genius? But none of them broke through from level 3 to level 1 in one go. If that's the case for the 3 heaven rulers, do you think that Shueyu is qualified to be compared to the 3 heaven rulers? Zhao Fu, who was watching from the side, snorted. Is he qualified? He's not even qualified to carry shoes for the 3 of them. As for Shueyu's cultivation base, he looked down on it. He better not come to the ancient dream altar. Otherwise, I'll tear him into pieces. Zhao Fu was furious. Every time he thought of his son dying tragically in Suyu's hands, he wished he could crush Suyu's bones with his own hands to vent his hatred. His cold eyes glanced around. Until the arrival of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, he did not see Shuayu. Disappointment was written all over his face. He said angrily, "It's all because of that traitor Half Moon." He alerted the enemy and caused Shuayu to lose his invitation letter. The perfect plan of killing two birds with one stone has only been completed halfway. Through the crowd, Zhao Fu looked at the back of Mu Songhai, who was standing in the distance. Traces of sinister, snake-like, cold light flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Mu Songhai, the show is about to begin. The blood debt you owe my ancestor will be settled today," Zhao Fu said hatefully. In fact, 30,000 years had passed since then. No matter how deep the hatred was, it had gradually faded. His obsession was not so much to complain about the injustice of his ancestor's death. It was more to say that he was angry at his own unsatisfactory present. If his ancestor was still alive, how could the current Zhao Fu be a mere pavilion branch master? If he did not kill Mu Songhai, Zhao Fu would not be able to swallow his anger. After the snow dragon divine warrior arrived, he looked around with a smile. Not bad, not bad. The participants of the ancient dream altar this year are much more outstanding than in previous years. This year's heartless Saber Emperor, Empress Ziwei, and Shui Guanyin were all powerful heaven rulers. Apart from them, there were also many young talents with excellent qualifications, such as Bai Shuejian. In the past ancient dream altar, Bai Shuejian's qualifications would have been number 1. Unfortunately, this year he might not even be able to enter the top 4. The intensity of this year's competition could be imagined. According to the previous rules, before the ancient dream altar descends, I will personally verify the invitation letter to prevent people from sneaking in. Everyone present took out their invitation letters and held them in their hands. They were already very familiar with this kind of rule. Zhao Fu took out his own invitation letter. He did not look at it carefully because most of his attention was focused on Mu Songhai. The invitation letter in her hand was a fake one that had been swapped. Zhao Fu could not imagine what the snow dragon divine warrior's expression would be like when he found out that someone was bold enough to use a fake invitation letter to sneak in. In his mind, he imagined the scene of the snow dragon divine warrior being enraged and killing Mu Songhai with one finger, destroying his body and soul. As he thought about it, he could not help but tremble, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily revealed a crazy smile. Mu Songhai was completely unaware of it. He held the invitation letter in his hand and stood respectfully, waiting for the snow dragon divine warrior's gaze to investigate. The snow dragon divine warrior had a smile on his face as he scanned the invitation letters of everyone present. In the past hundreds of ancient dream altar, checking the invitation letters had always been just a formality. Who would have the guts to cheat in front of the divine warrior of heaven and earth? Even the slightest flaw would be seen through by the snow dragon divine warrior. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would never take the risk. Therefore, although the people present looked respectful, they were actually relaxed. It was just a formality. What accident could there be? Among them, several people were secretly discussing various matters after entering the ancient dream altar. They did not pay any attention to the inspection in front of them. The snow dragon divine warrior seemed to have scanned them one by one, but in reality, he had scanned them all in an instant. Chapter 16, 72. As these words were said, the originally quiet crowd suddenly became deathly silent. Those secret conversations, like being cut off by a sharp arrow, came to an abrupt end. Unbelievable. There's an idiot that dares to use a fake invitation? Which small force did this? To be so daring. They evidently do not know the terror of the emperor. Ha! Interesting, to be able to see a fake invitation. What a reckless fellow. The dignity of the emperor cannot be offended. To dare use a fake invitation in front of him, no one can save him. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone present was shocked. Of course, they all subconsciously checked their invitation to prevent any mistakes. Confirming that the invitation in their hands was absolutely genuine, they all relaxed and watched the show in peace. They wanted to know which idiot it was. Zhao Fu almost could not hold back his laughter. Finally, this moment he had waited for so long. The calm face of the Snow Dragon Emperor was gradually invaded by cold air. Wisps of terrifying cold air began to revolve around his body. Everyone's heart could not help but beat wildly. Enraged. The Snow Dragon Emperor was enraged. The rage of the Emperor could turn the heavens and earth upside down. That idiot, he really did a stupid thing. He will regret this for the rest of his life. Humph. That is if the Snow Dragon Emperor is willing to give him the chance to regret. The Snow Dragon Emperor's eyes darkened. I really did not think that a branch leader of the Star Pavilion would dare to lie in front of me. You think that with the Star Pavilion behind you, with 3 pavilion masters and a chief pavilion leader, you do not put me in your eyes? If that's the case, then congratulations. You are gravely mistaken. The Snow Dragon Emperor's killing intent erupted. Everyone was shocked hearing this. What? A branch leader of the Star Pavilion? That's impossible, right? The branch leaders of the Star Pavilion, every one of them is the elite of the various races. Their minds are far more agile than the majority of beings. How could a pavilion leader do such a stupid thing? It's over. If it's a being from a small force, the Snow Dragon Emperor may not be so angry, but from the Star Pavilion, they are relying on the prestige of the Star Pavilion to look down on the Snow Dragon Emperor. This person is really over. The Snow Dragon Emperor has unleashed his killing intent. Sensing the killing intent of the Snow Dragon Emperor, Zhao Fu's sinister smile deepened. Staring at the back of Mu Songhai, he said darkly, "Mu Songhai, farewell." "Come out," the Snow Dragon Sovereign said coldly. Zhao Fu stared at Mu Songhai without blinking, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a vicious smile. But Mu Songhai remained motionless and had no intention of stepping forward. Zhao Fu thought to himself, could it be that Mu Songhai hasn't discovered that the invitation is fake? The Snow Dragon Emperor became even more enraged. I'm giving you a chance by letting you stand out. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not giving face to the Star Pavilion. He slammed the table, and a bone-chilling cold spread from the table to the bottom. Then, like an icy bolt of lightning, it swiftly passed through the crowd and froze the person who used the fake invitation letter. Zhao Fu laughed sinisterly, but as he laughed, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Because when the ice thunder passed by Mu Songhai, it actually bypassed her feet and did not have any intention of freezing her. Instead, it was the ice thunder that dodged the people around it and shot straight at him. Zhao Fu's mind was blank. He thought to himself, could it be that Half Moon changed the wrong person? But the ice thunder mercilessly interrupted his guess. It came straight in front of Zhao Fu and stopped there. Zhao Fu was evidently taken aback. He was extremely puzzled. It was already inconceivable that it did not point at Mu Songhai. Why would it stop in front of him? Could it be that the Snow Dragon Sovereign had some misunderstanding, or that the ice thunder had made a mistake? Shwa, shwa, shwa. Everyone's gazes instantly focused on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu? That's impossible. Would he use a fake invitation letter? Pavilion Master Zhao is famous for his resourcefulness. How could he use a fake invitation letter? Heavens! It can't be Zhao Fu. How could it be him? Not to mention them, even Zhao Fu was shocked. He raised his head, saying to the Snow Dragon Sovereign, "Sovereign, please investigate clearly. I abide by the rules of the ancient Dream Altar, and would not dare to use a fake invitation letter. Sovereign, please make a decision." Make a decision? Why don't you take a look at what you have in your hand first? The Snow Dragon Sovereign was so angry that he almost laughed, holding a fake invitation letter, but asking him, the Sovereign, to make a decision. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Zhao Fu was taken aback. This was the first time he looked at the invitation letter in his hand. At first glance, there was nothing strange about it. Just as he was feeling strange, suddenly, a palm covered the invitation letter. The fluctuation of divine power caused the invitation letter to change. The invitation letter melted, turning into ordinary ice. If it was the ancient dream altar's invitation letter, after melting, it would turn into mysterious ice crystals and not ice. What is going on? Zhao Fu felt as though he was in a dream. The one in front of him was clearly a fake invitation letter that he had personally refined. It had already changed Mu Songhai's real invitation letter. In theory, it should be in Mu Songhai's hands. Why? Why did it return to his hands? The snow dragon sovereign's eyes were cold. You took a fake invitation letter to fool me, and now you ask me what is going on. Branch Pavilion Master Zhao, you really do not put me in your eyes. I did not. Someone framed me. Zhao Fu's forehead was full of sweat. It's her. It's Mu Songhai. Mu Songhai, who was curiously observing the situation, was inexplicably dragged into it. His face was blank. Pavilion Master Zhao, can you explain it clearly? She really did not understand. Everything was fine. Why would Zhao Fu drag her into this? Zhao Fu roared. Mu Songhai, no need to pretend. It must be you who sent the fake invitation letter back. Oh. When he realized that his words were wrong, it was already too late. Who here was not a crafty person? The word sent back was enough to explain many problems. The snow dragon sovereign's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his finger, Zhao Fu's body shook. His storage space automatically opened a crack, and an invitation letter flew out. After careful inspection, it was clear that it was another fake invitation letter. The snow dragon sovereign said indifferently, "If it's a fake, you can say that you were framed, but what about two? What's more, this one obviously has your own aura in it. Unless you personally refined it, such a situation would not occur." This time, Zhao Fu could not explain himself. He wanted to harm Shuiyu as well, so he made an extra one. Now, not only did he not harm Shuiyu, but he also made himself unable to explain himself. The snow dragon sovereign's face returned to indifference. Not only did you use a fake invitation letter, you also refined one. Branch Pavilion Master Zhao, how do you think I should deal with you? Swish! A flash of light appeared. It was a middle-aged woman. She was not handsome, slightly chubby, but her face was as old as a 10,000-year-old tree bark. Her eyes were filled with indescribable vicissitudes. Snow Dragon Sovereign, can you give me face and spare him this once? The middle-aged woman said. The pressure that her appearance gave everyone was not the slightest bit inferior to the Snow Dragon Emperor. The Snow Dragon Sovereign said indifferently, Blissful Sovereign, I can give you face, but who will give me face? If I let this go in the future, I will not be able to deal with such a daring person. The Blissful Sovereign said, That's easy. She glanced at Zhao Fu and instantly heard Zhao Fu's shrill scream. Then he clutched his chest and rolled on the ground. Waves of divine energy seemed to have lost their source of sustenance, leaking out of his body in a frenzy. That was a sign that his cultivation was being destroyed. The Snow Dragon Sovereign restrained the coldness in her eyes and coldly snorted. Pavilion Master Zhao, you should be glad that an emperor is pleading for you. Today, I will only destroy your cultivation. I hope you take care of yourself. Su Yu was slightly regretful that Zhao Fu was not dead. However, Zhao Fu had made many enemies during his tenure as a branch pavilion master. Now that his cultivation was destroyed for safety's sake, he could only hole up in the headquarters of the Star Pavilion and live out the rest of his days. This was retribution. Thank you, Snow Dragon Sovereign, for your mercy. The blissful sovereign grabbed Zhao Fu and turned to leave. Before he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Yu. Su Yu could not help but shudder. For a moment, he had the illusion that his entire body was seen through. It was as if the blissful sovereign had seen through everything. Fortunately, she did not pursue the matter further. Su Yu was secretly awestruck. If the cabinet master is already so powerful, then how powerful is the chief cabinet master, who who has been hiding his strength all this while. Exactly. Could it be that a divine technique had turned the tide, purifying trillions of corpses and saving the sea of constellations? Su Yu was really interested in meeting such a legendary being. All right, everyone, the ancient dream altar is about to arrive. Please be prepared. The snow dragon sovereign said. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost immediately after she finished speaking, the heavens and the earth began to hum silently. It was as if something enormous was slowly falling, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Su Yu fixed his gaze on the depths of the heavens and the earth. In the deepest part of the heavens and the earth, there was a huge altar that was faintly discernible. The altar was dilapidated and ancient. The lines and patterns on it were already in disarray. A corner of the altar was about to fall. At first glance, the altar was shaped like a pentagon, with strange lines in the center. Of course, that was from afar. When the altar descended completely, it was impossible to see the whole thing. Even the lines that could be clearly seen just now were magnified into stretches of snowy plains, valleys, and so on. Those who were deep within would never have imagined that the snowy plains and valleys were actually the lines of the altar. The size of the altar was beyond imagination. The snow dragon sovereign stood up, his eyes shining with divine light. He waved his sleeves, and the majestic power of the desolation cast 5 heavenly ladders, extending to the 5 corners of the altar. In the 5 regions, there are insights left behind by the Pathmaster. What you can obtain from them is entirely up to you. The snow dragon sovereign said. Finally, only the 10 strongest people can pass through the enchantments of the 5 regions and enter the central region of the altar. There is a treasure that I have placed there. That is the blood that I found in the past. The blood of the Pathmaster. Let's see who's the strongest Sky Pride king among all of you who can obtain the ultimate treasure. The words, blood of the Pathmaster, shook everyone's heart like thunder. Even Su Yu was moved. If he could obtain the blood of the Pathmaster, the Dragon of Destiny would become even more brilliant. At that time, he would obtain new special abilities. Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. However, it was not only because of the blood of the Pathmaster. It was also because of the seal of law on his palm, pointing to that region from afar. Chapter 1673. All those who have participated in the ancient dream altar in the past, retreat now. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, figures exited the great hall, including the ravenous wolf star. He cupped his hands at Su Yu. I'll wait for you outside. This was the rule of the ancient dream altar. Anyone who entered once would be recognized by the ancient dream altar. If they entered again, they would be rejected. Su Yu said, wait for me here. Soon, those who remained were the invitees who had never set foot on the ancient dream altar. Go. The Snow Dragon King rolled up his sleeves, and everyone present was swept up by a boundless power of desolation onto the 5 great steps. Whether it was intentional or not, the heartless Saber Emperor, Empress Siwei, and Shui Guanyin, the 3 heaven rulers, were assigned to different steps. The rest of the people were randomly assigned. When Su Yu's feet touched the ground, he had already landed on the steps of the southeast region. Looking around, there were a few familiar figures, including Mu Songhai and Bai Shuejian from the Starry Pavilion. Bai Shuejian seemed to be looking for someone. He looked around, but when his search was futile, his face showed a hint of disappointment. Su Yu retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky, staring at the incomparably huge ancient altar. Li Yu's eyes flickered with shock. Rumor has it that the altar revolves above the land of the extreme north all year round, returning here once every 100 years without exception. Su Yu said so before the Snow Dragon King. No one had ever discovered the existence of this altar? Shaking his head, Li Yu said, a long time ago the land of the extreme north was a very barren area. Very few martial artists came to explore. It is not surprising that the altar has not been discovered. Is that so? Suyu nodded. He followed the rushing crowd and climbed up the stairs formed by the desolation power. At the end of the steps was an entrance that could allow one person to pass through. It also had the ability to transport people. Once inside, they would be separated. Suyu said to Li Yu, I can only take you up to here. Take care. Li Yu calmly bowed. Brother Shui, you too. The two of them entered one after another. In the space transport, Suyu faintly felt a powerful wave sweep through his body. After a slight discomfort in his chest, there was something there. Suyu was secretly vigilant. After the space transport was completed, he checked his surroundings for safety and immediately looked down at his chest. In the end, a white altar mark was imprinted on his body. After the reduction in production, other than positioning, recording the user's injuries and fighting with others, the imprint did no other damage. Only then did Suyu feel slightly relieved. I just don't know how I can enter the central area. Suyu thought to himself. The Snow Dragon Emperor had said that only the top 10 experts had the qualifications to enter the central region. How would the ranking be determined? Dong! Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed in the sky. An incomparably huge image suddenly flashed. A line of information appeared on the screen. Luo Wu eliminated. The screen also showed the scene of Luo Wu's death. There was a thumb-sized hole between his eyebrows, which was caused by a powerful sword chi. Not only had it pierced through his head, but it had also destroyed his soul. Suyu observed that Luo Wu's chest also had a white mark of the sacrificial altar. However, with his death, the imprint on the altar cracked and gradually dissipated. Bai Shuejian ranked first. Another line of information appeared on the screen. At the same time, Bai Shuejian's image appeared. He held a long, round sword with a wooden stick in his hand. Divine blood dripped from the tip of the sword. The imprint of the sacrificial altar on his chest had an additional black line. Bai Shuejian grinned at the image. Rabbits, if you don't want to die, hide from me. Then the image stopped abruptly. Suyu stroked it, understanding something. Killing one person will raise one's ranking? The higher the cultivation of the person I kill, the higher my ranking will be, right? Suyu analyzed the situation in his mind. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions on cultivation, wouldn't a level 1 Cavern World Venerable be ranked first if he killed all the participants below him? Wouldn't he be stronger than a top silver overlord like Bai Shuejian? Obviously, the ancient dream altar would not have such an obvious loophole. Moreover, Suyu stared at the disappearing image. Do I have to kill my opponent to raise my ranking? Not necessarily. If it was such a cruel killing game, how could the various forces agree? Why would they be willing to send their elites to participate? Most likely, Bai Shuejian was killing to establish his authority. Beep! The imprint of the sacrificial altar on Suyu's chest suddenly moved. At the same time, a faint beeping sound came from 10,000 miles away in the southwest direction. This was the mutual reaction between the imprints of the sacrificial altar. When two participants were within 10,000 miles of each other, the two imprints would sense each other. Suyu could discover the other party, and the other party could also discover Suyu. With a sweep of his eyes, Suyu clearly saw a level 1 Cavern World Venerable rushing over. He had discovered Suyu and was still attacking him. There was only one purpose. After 10 breaths, he was 100 miles away from Suyu. With the strength of a level 1 Cavern World Venerable, he could clearly observe the other party and the situation around him from such a distance. His eyes kept turning, and after making sure that there was no one around Suyu, he cupped his fists and said, I am Wang Yuan of the Raging Fire Faction. This is my first time entering the Ancient Dream Altar, so I don't know the rules. I wonder if I can form a team with you so that we can look out for each other? Suyu said calmly, I am used to being alone, sorry. He moved his feet and walked towards the southwest direction. There, near the central area, there should be more people there. Wait, Wang Yuan rushed forward, and his speed suddenly doubled. He said, I mean no harm, although he said that his palm was swallowing and spitting out a purple mist. With a wave of his palm, the purple mist swept across a large area, like a tornado. Within 1,000 miles, all the precious plants were poisoned by the purple mist, and all of them withered and died. Among them, there were even 1,000-year-old plants that were poisonous themselves. The toxicity of the purple mist was evident. Su Yu's eyes were calm. He slowly turned around and said, "I gave you a chance to leave, but you want to stay. Fine, I will test it on you." Su Yu did not move, but a flash of blood light shot out from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The blood light shot out like a sharp arrow, carrying with it a terrifying gust of wind, and rolled back the purple mist. Wang Yuan was shocked. What? A true emperor-level divine weapon? Without saying a word, Wang Yuan took out a greenish-white bone and crushed it. The powder of the bone condensed into a shield in the air. The defense of the shield was extraordinary, comparable to the bronze overlord. However, such a defense might be useful against opponents of the same level, but it was not enough against the Azura sword. Puff! The shield was easily cut open like a piece of tofu. The Azura sword slashed down with irresistible force from above. From the looks of it, Wang Yuan would definitely be cut in half. "Stop! I admit defeat." Wang Yuan was shocked. He tore off the brand on his chest and threw it on the ground. A strong wave descended invisibly between the Azura sword and Wang Yuan. The Shura sect sword was bounced off by the ripples. Wang Yuan smiled bitterly. "You hid your strength? Well, I lost." He had wanted to defeat someone to increase his ranking. Who would have thought that his first opponent would be so terrifying and defeat him directly? The wave then entangled Wang Yuan and sent him out of the space. Su Yu took the opportunity to ask, "With your cultivation, it should be difficult for you to enter the top 10. Why are you doing such meaningless things instead of focusing on finding rare treasures?" Wang Yuan was stunned. "You don't know? Taking someone else's brand can pay with your life." "Pay with my life?" Su Yu cupped his fists. "Brother, please explain." Wang Yuan said, "After taking someone else's brand, if you are defeated, you will not be sent out immediately. If someone tries to kill you, the brand will also become a protective talisman. Just like what happened to me just now, the more brands you get, the greater your life-saving talisman." The ancient dream altar's setting did not allow killing. Unless the disparity in strength between the two parties was too great, and the ancient dream altar could not react in time, like the person killed by Baishuejian. The brand could save one's life, and that was not just for show. What was even better was that the brand could offset the number of defeats. An accidental defeat would not cause one to be sent out of the ancient dream altar. Generally speaking, the stronger the strong, the weaker the weak. The elimination mechanism was very fair. Su Yu picked up the brand that Wang Yuan had thrown. Suddenly, the brand turned into a black line and returned to Su Yu's brand. Dong! Just like Baishuejian, a distant bell rang in the sky. Wang Yuan is eliminated. Su Yu is ranked second. At the same time, an image appeared. Wang Yuan was swept out of the ancient dream altar, and Su Yu was standing there unscathed. The entire area was in an uproar. The Viper King Wang Yuan? This person is known as one of the most difficult to deal with among his peers. His reputation is so resounding that many bronze overlord old monsters are afraid of him. Who is that Su Yu? From his expression, he seems to be able to defeat him effortlessly. TSK, TSK. Every time the ancient dream altar opens, there will always be some geniuses who are not famous. What a pity, what a pity. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He doesn't even have the strength of an overlord, and yet he dares to show his face in the ancient dream altar. He will only die faster. Somewhere, the two strong bronze overlords stared at the image, and the corners of their mouths curled into a sneer. "Big brother, if we kill him, it will be equivalent to killing two people. If we meet him, we should just kill him. It's just two." It's not worth our time to look for him. Let's talk about it when we meet him. Getting the brand had its pros and cons. Although it was a life-saving talisman, it was more likely to be targeted than ordinary people. Su Yu was completely unaware that the person he had killed had a little fame. He had become a well-known figure in the southwest region. He stayed where he was and deliberately waited for a while. He hoped that the fluctuations of the battle just now would attract some covetous people. However, the participants were too cautious. Su Yu was unharmed, and no one dared to challenge him. Sighing, Su Yu tiptoed and leaped toward the southwest on foot. Dong! Another bell chime rang out. Li Jian is eliminated. Bai Shuejian is ranked first. Looking up, another cold corpse appeared in the image. He had killed again and again to deter everyone in the entire area. Chapter 1674. Su Yu traveled for 3 days. During these 3 days, almost every 2 hours, there would be a message that someone had been eliminated. Among them, Bai Shuejian's message accounted for half of them. In just 3 days, he had defeated 20 people. Apart from 2 who had escaped death and were saved by the ancient dream altar, the rest had lost their lives at Bai Shuejian's hands. At this point, everyone's fear of Bai Shuejian had reached its peak. If they had encountered someone else, they might have been able to resist for a while, waiting for the ancient dream altar to save them. But if they encountered Bai Shuejian, they would most likely die. During these 3 days, Su Yu could still vaguely sense a few restless characters approaching him. But after 3 days, whenever they sensed someone, they would immediately flee. They did not even think twice, afraid that they would encounter Bai Shuejian. At this moment, he was like a demon. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. As for Su Yu, he could not be bothered to chase those who did not initiate an attack during these 3 days. Their cultivation levels were too weak. Even if he killed them, it would not raise his ranking much. Because of this, Su Yu's ranking had plummeted in these 3 days. He had fallen from 2nd place to 20th place. Many people's reverence for him had faded with time and the fall of his ranking. Landing in front of a mountain peak, Su Yu opened his eyes and looked out. In the distant horizon, there was a ring-shaped valley. It was extremely huge, about half the size of the entire southwest region. The terrain inside was extremely complicated. Even though past participants had explored it hundreds of times, there were still many places that no one had set foot in due to the harsh conditions. There were extremely rare treasures that were as old as 10,000 years old. If he could find them, he would be able to sell them for a shockingly high price. Moreover, there were traces left behind by the Path Master in each of the 5 great regions of the altar. According to rumors, the traces of the Path Master were very scattered. They were not concentrated in one place, but could appear anywhere. For example, if you walked past a tree, there might be footprints left behind by the Path Master on the tree. From the footprints, you might be able to sense a certain charm of the Path Master. Another example, if you randomly kicked a stone, there might be the Path Master's handwriting on the stone. In the past, many unexpected opportunities had happened. They had inadvertently found the traces of the Path Master. Without exception, those who discovered the traces of a Tao Lord would obtain unimaginably high rewards, and breaking through their bottlenecks in a single night could be seen everywhere. There was even a proud son of heaven who was stuck at the bottleneck of a silver overlord who discovered a letter left behind by a Taoist master. From the handwriting, he comprehended the laws left behind by the Taoist master and actually broke through to become a glazed crystal overlord overnight. From then on, he became an overlord. All sorts of legends gave the gorge a mysterious sheen, and it caused the participants to be like moths flying into a flame as they converged towards the gorge to search for traces of their own Tao Lords. Because of this, there were many experts who had gathered here with the ambition to fight for a higher ranking. Almost all the top experts had gathered here. This was the perfect place that Su Yu had been looking for. Everything begins here, Su Yu said as he stared at the invisible central region. He clenched his fists tightly. Just as Su Yu was about to move forward, He unexpectedly sensed that at the border, where the valley intersected with the periphery, a large wave of imprints had appeared. There were over 100 of them. Su Yu could not help but be shocked. There were only 5,000 people participating in the ancient dream altar. If they were distributed to every region, there would only be about 1,000 of them. It was rare to see 100 people gathered in one region. Something must have happened there, or rather, it must be a very special region. With a shift of thought, Su Yu flew over. Scanning the distance, he was shocked to find that there was a whole group of people there. They were surrounding a dilapidated temple, and they were very emotional. Su Yu used the heavenly eyes to observe from afar. He found a person sitting in the dilapidated temple. There was a series of antiques placed in front of the person. There were leaves, gravel, fragments of weapons, and remnants of books. There are only 10 traces of the Tao Lords left. The 10 friends with the highest cultivation can use your imprints to exchange for them, the person shouted. Su Yu was shocked. Selling the traces of the Tao Lords? Moreover, with such a large amount of money? Moreover, according to the person's tone, these were the last 10. He should have sold many of them before this. How could he find so many traces of the Tao Lords alone? With curiosity, Su Yu observed again and could not help but burst into laughter. The traces of the Tao Lords were indeed authentic, but they were all recorded in the past. In other words, they had all been used by others before. One could only imagine how much value was left in them. This person was bold and unconstrained, collecting the traces of the Tao Lords at a low price and exchanging imprints effortlessly at the ancient dream altar. Without shedding a drop of blood, he had defeated many strong men who fought to the death. However, this person had so many traces of the Tao Lords. Was he not afraid of being targeted? But when he noticed the person's appearance, Su Yu could not help but laugh. He was none other than the youth who had taken out the 9-eyed evil duck's inner elixir at the birthday banquet, Huangfu Liang. The ravenous wolf star had evaluated him. None of the young talents present were a match for him. Apart from Shui Guanyin, Empress Siwei, the merciless Saber Emperor, and by Xuejian, no one was a match for him. Among those present, the highest cultivation was no higher than the Bronze Overlord. Anyone who had designs on him would die a horrible death. I'll trade. The only Bronze Overlord present, after weighing his options, gritted his teeth and chose to trade. It was not that he had no ambition, but he was frightened by the intense fighting. In just 3 days, no less than 100 people had been eliminated. Among them, Bai Xuejian alone had killed 18 people. According to his estimation, more than half of the people would be eliminated in less than 10 days. The abilities of the Bronze Overlord were indeed powerful in the outside world, respected by trillions of living creatures. But here, he could only barely keep his life. If he encountered Bai Xuejian, he would not even have a chance to survive. So, rather than taking the risk, he might as well get a Daelord's trace and leave. Anyway, he had never expected to enter the central area. He would be satisfied if he could get a Daelord's trace and escape unscathed. Without hesitation, he traded for the remnant scroll, then handed over the seal and chose to be eliminated. The rest of the people fought over it. In less than 10 breaths, the remaining 10 Daelord's traces had all been traded. Haha, the Daelord's traces have been sold out. Goodbye, everyone. The youth leaped out of the dilapidated temple. Everyone chased after him, but after a few breaths, they lost track of him. All of them were filled with regret. Su Yu smiled faintly and retracted his heavenly eyes. He was about to leave when the seal on his chest suddenly sent something. There was a participant nearby. To be precise, it was 1,000 feet behind Su Yu. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil. 1,000 feet behind him in an instant? This person's strength was too deep and unfathomable. Even so, Su Yu still had his own confidence. He turned around calmly. Without looking at the person, he already knew who it was. He said, "Your Excellency, why are you looking for me instead of fooling them?" The person who had come was none other than Huangfu Liang. He smiled. You can say that I'm fooling them, but I'm saving them, aren't I? Since ancient times, there have been very few people who have found the Daylord's traces. People only paid attention to the lucky ones. Who would have thought that the bones of those who died along the way would be piled up like a mountain? They will most likely die along the way. Instead of that, it would be better to send them away. Although the Daylord's traces have been used, they still have some value. They did not come away empty-handed. In other words, they are luckier than most people. Su Yu was left speechless by his words. He was the only one who could bluff people in such a dignified manner and make it sound so noble and great. He put his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the heavenly eyes that had yet to dissipate. He said in amazement, "Interesting. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary use of space. But when I sense it carefully, I can sense the traces of time, soul, and life. Out of the 8 great path profound meanings, for have been gathered. It's incredible." Su Yu was shocked again. The heavenly eyes had once integrated time, soul, and life, but only once. This person could capture the traces left behind. His remarkable abilities made Su Yu wary. Huangfu Liang retracted his gaze and looked at Su Yu curiously. "I thought it was some powerful expert who came to visit me. So it's you." He looked at the ice coffin on Su Yu's back and said, "Are you Shui Yu from the birthday banquet? Your appearance and aura have changed, and even your cultivation has changed drastically. But the ice coffin has not changed." Su Yu said calmly, "I'm honored that you still remember me." Huangfu Liang waved his hand. "Don't belittle yourself. I've seen countless heaven rulers in the sea of constellations, but none of them can compare to you. I have faith in you." When he finished speaking, he waved his hand and leaped into the valley. Su Yu didn't know if he should change to another place to continue bluffing or prepare to kill. Su Yu stood where he was, staring at him as he pondered. His tone was too arrogant, but he didn't give off an arrogant and despotic feeling, unlike Bai Shuejian and the heartless Saber Emperor. Who was this person? It was as if he had appeared out of thin air overnight. He had never appeared before, but once he did, his name spread far and wide. Looking at the latest ranking displayed above his head, Huangfu Liang was in the top 5. In the past 3 days, Su Yu had noticed. Unlike the others, his ranking was very stable. He was still in 5th place. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place had been replaced by more than 10 people, but only he remained unmoved. Interesting. If there's a chance, I'd like to challenge him. Su Yu curled his lips and leaped into the valley. This place was the outskirts of the valley. The forest was dense and the mist was thick. Moreover, the mist was very special. It could swallow the soul energy that was released, making it impossible for people to see far. Everyone's vision was no more than 1,000 feet away. Su Yu stood in the mist, his smile deepening. This was the best place to hunt, but it depended on the hunter's methods. Suddenly, the mark on Su Yu's chest vibrated slightly. Someone had appeared. The difference was that the mark's sensing ability was greatly weakened, perhaps due to being restricted by the mist. The mark only reacted when the person appeared 2,000 feet away. If the other party was a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough, he would have retreated in fear. But he did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward. Before the person appeared, a delicate and pitiful cry for help could be heard. "Who is in front? Don't attack, I'm seriously injured." "I won't hurt you." The mist swayed, and a pretty woman stumbled out. Her clothes were covered in blood, and there were a few hideous scratch marks on her abdomen. She looked exceptionally terrifying. Her life force was very weak, as if she would die at any moment. "Who are you?" Su Yu asked. The woman had a pained expression, and she fell to the ground. Her face was filled with a pleading expression. "Little brother, please help me. Heal my injuries." Su Yu was indifferent. Her forehead was filled with beads of sweat, and her delicate body could not stop twitching. She said, pitifully, "Little brother, as long as you are willing to heal my injuries, I I will promise you anything." Her body twitched, and her clothes were in a mess, revealing a shocking snow-white chest. Coupled with her exceptionally pretty face, her pitiful and pleading expression was extremely attractive. Chapter 16, 75. The veins on the pretty woman's forehead twitched violently. All women, even if they stepped into the martial path, were very concerned about their age. This was especially the case when they failed to seduce a young man and were rejected by him for being too old. "Yes, I didn't think it through. I'm not a slut. I'm just helpless. If you are willing to help me, I'm willing to give you the trace of a pathmaster. I won't go back on my word," the woman begged. However, Suyu didn't move an inch. He just stood there motionlessly with his arms crossed. The pretty woman was prepared for this. She took out a decayed wooden carving from her sleeve, which had the trace of a pathmaster on it. However, anyone with good eyesight could see that the wooden carving had been transferred by many people and had lost its spirituality. Therefore, its value must be very limited. "Oh, how can I help you?" Suyu asked. The pretty woman said happily, "Help me heal my injuries. My injuries are too severe, and I can't use my divine power." "Use my divine power?" Suyu nodded. "Okay." As he walked over, the pretty woman's lips curled into a strange smile. However, the pretty woman was startled when Suyu stopped 500 feet away from her. "Little brother, are you going back on your word?" the pretty woman asked. Suyu shook his head and said, "I just thought of a story, and I don't know if you want to hear it." "Tell a story?" At this time, the pretty woman couldn't wait to reach out her hand and pull him over. "Damn be asterisk starred, come over here." However, she was still very patient. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little brother, why don't you heal my injuries first? I can tell you the story later." Suyu said stubbornly, "I have a bad habit. Whenever I think of a story, I don't want to tell it. Since you don't want to hear it, I'll leave." The pretty woman stopped him hurriedly. "Wait, I'll listen. Can't I listen?" Only then did Suyu sit down and tell the story with a serious expression. Once upon a time, there was a temple on a mountain. There were 2 monks in the temple, an old monk and a young monk. One day the old monk said, "Suyu told a story that was as tasteless as chewing wax. No, it was full of ups and downs. The story was magnificent, and after an hour there was still no conclusion." The pretty woman's face turned green as she said, "Then what's the ending of the story?" Suyu said, "In the end, both monks died of thirst," just when the pretty woman heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced that the 2 monks had died. Suyu continued, "Then 2 new monks came. One was an old monk, while the other was a young monk. One day, the old monk said, 'Enough!' The woman interrupted. Her patience had been worn to the limit. What was worse was that her injuries would not wait for her. Her serious injuries were fake, but in order to make it look real, her wounds were real. Suyu kept talking, and the story went on for an hour. She had to listen to him patiently, but she couldn't heal herself, which caused her divine blood to be continuously lost. Sigh. Since you don't like my story, it seems like we aren't fated people. Suyu sighed as he stood up and retreated. Wait. The pretty woman called out to Suyu hurriedly, then said with a smile, Can you change the story? I'm very willing to listen to you. Suyu stopped, turned around, and said, Fine, I'll tell you a new story. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Suyu. He walked into a dense fog and met an injured ant. She begged him to heal her. Suyu agreed and helped her heal her. However, it turned out that there was a powerful binding formation under the ant's feet, and Suyu died carelessly. Suyu looked at her and said with a faint smile, Aunt, what do you think of this story? The pretty woman's sorrowful expression disappeared, and it was replaced by anger. Obviously, Suyu had known that she had set up a trap. However, he pretended to be ignorant and played tricks on her. The pretty woman touched her abdomen with her palm, and her injuries healed instantly. At the same time, She waved her palm, and 3 small flags flew out from the soil in front of her. The flags were a simple formation board of some kind of formation. "Brett, you are dead." The pretty woman who had been tricked was livid. "You called me aunt? I won't forgive you." Black lines appeared on Su Yu's forehead. Her focus was too unimaginable. "Little Silver, in the northwest direction, 2,010 feet," the pretty woman shouted suddenly. Swoosh! As the sound of something tearing through the air echoed in the air, a silver-white arrow pierced through the fog and shot toward Su Yu's head with great precision. The arrow contained the full force of the Bronze Overlord, and coupled with a high-grade arrow, its power was extraordinary. At such a close distance, and with such a sudden attack, an ordinary Level 1 Cavern World Senior would not be able to escape. Su Yu's face was calm, and a floating space appeared on the surface of his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! The arrow hit the surface of Su Yu's body and was automatically swallowed by the thin layer of space. The next moment, the arrow shot out from the space behind Su Yu. Coincidentally, the direction of the arrow was the pretty woman. How could she have been prepared for the arrow that was shot at Su Yu to be shot at herself? Soft seal of all waters. Although the pretty woman was a Level 1 Cavern World Senior, her battle reflexes were extremely strong, and she subconsciously used a defensive divine technique. However, this arrow contained the full force of the Bronze Overlord. No matter how amazing the beautiful woman's defense was, she could not completely resist it. Puff! There was a dull sound of flesh being pierced, and the arrow mercilessly pierced the beautiful woman's abdomen. With a muffled groan, the beautiful woman fell to the ground. Her injury was not serious, and she immediately tried to get up. But at that moment, a touch of space power came and swept her away. The next moment, she appeared in front of Su Yu's arm. Su Yu clenched his palm and held her neck. The palm also contained a powerful force of death, which seeped into her body from her neck. With just a thought from Su Yu, the force of death could be activated and turn her into a pile of ashes in an instant. The beautiful woman noticed the strangeness in her body, and she was horrified. She said in panic, "The force of death, are you from the Corpse Clan?" Su Yu did not say a word, squinting at the fog around him. The two of them were very smart. They cooperated with each other. The beautiful woman was responsible for luring the enemy. It would be best if she could lure the enemy. If he couldn't, then the Bronze Overlord in the dark would unleash a destructive attack. Even the Bronze Overlord would suffer a great loss, let alone the Level 1 Cavern World Senior. The most amazing thing was that the hiding place of the Bronze Overlord was really exquisite. It happened to be 2,000 feet away, making it impossible for anyone to detect his presence. The beautiful woman acted as his eyes, informing him of the enemy's specific location. The combination of the two swords was a good way to hunt. Seeing Su Yu's expression, the beautiful woman thought that he was very afraid. So she said, "Boy, let go of me immediately and remove the force of death from your body. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by my companions endlessly." As if responding to her, an arrow was immediately shot out from the fog. Without thinking, Su Yu pushed the beautiful woman in front of him. Puff! There was another dull sound, and the beautiful woman was shot again. She stared at Su Yu, almost going crazy. She had seen people torture beautiful women, but she had never seen someone torture beautiful women like animals. Su Yu looked at her and used his soul to transmit his voice to her. "Every word you say will add another arrow to your body." The Bronze Overlord was also in the fog and could not sense Su Yu's presence. The beautiful woman's voice provided him with the best location. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and gasped, but she did not dare to cause any more trouble. She felt the urge to cry. She had killed as many as 7 or 8 participants in the past 3 days, but the boy in front of her was the most difficult to deal with. She watched Su Yu's actions quietly. Her companions were her only hope of survival. She only hoped that if this continued, this boy would choose to compromise. Unfortunately, Suyu did not get what she wanted. Suyu picked up a small stone from the ground and shot it 200 feet to his side. Just as the stone fell to the ground and made a sound, an arrow shot out from the fog. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's heart thumped. It's over. As expected, the moment the arrow was shot, Suyu summoned the Azura sword with his left hand and swung it. Dark Night Meteor Thrust. Hundreds of flame-like flowers bloomed in the fog. Ah, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Someone had been hit. But Suyu did not rush over immediately. Instead, he used the demonic moon revolving style again. Puff! This time, the dull sound of a person being hit could be heard. A woman's muffled groan was heard. Obviously, the other party was an extremely astute woman. After shooting the arrow, she immediately changed her position. So Suyu's Dark Night Meteor Thrust did not hit her. The other party was also extremely clever, pretending to be injured. If Suyu had been fooled and rushed over, he would have been met with an arrow. Fortunately, Suyu was cautious. He did not stop with the first strike, but shot a second arrow that had a wider range. Only then did he really hit his opponent. Suyu tiptoed, stepping on the Azura sword and piercing into the fog. Suddenly, the other party's fluctuations appeared within his sensing range. He flashed over and saw a 19-year-old girl in a light yellow blouse and a pink dress. She was covering her head and wiping away her tears. Her chest had been cut by the arc-shaped sword energy, and her wrist had been severely injured. Suyu was slightly surprised. The 19-year-old bronze overlord was also an extremely outstanding young lady. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he pointed his sword at the girl's chest. The Ancient Dream Altar's brand appeared on her body. As many as 9 brands were clearly reflected in his eyes. 9, not bad. Suyu stabbed with his sword. The Ancient Dream Altar sensed that she was in danger and immediately deflected the Azura sword, saving her life. But because of that, one of the black lines in her brand was missing. Suyu stabbed again. The moment the girl was saved by the Ancient Dream Altar, she immediately retaliated. She drew her bow and arrow at close range and quickly shot an arrow. At such a close distance, no matter how fast one's reflexes were, it was impossible to block it. But Suyu did not need to block it. Yin and Yang energies appeared on top of his head, and his body instantly teleported away. Of course, the beautiful woman remained where she was. The ear-piercing sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard again. The beautiful woman forced a smile. "Little Silver, I'm fine, I can still hold on." "Oh, then I'll shoot him again." The girl drew her bow and aimed at Suyu in a daze. "Don't." The beautiful woman's eyelids twitched. She stared at Suyu for a moment, then sighed. "Little Silver, run away. I've met a powerful person and I can't escape. You should be able to escape by yourself." "Oh." The girl picked up her bow and arrow and fled without looking back. The beautiful woman was speechless. Suyu was equally speechless. Chapter 1676. Swish. Suyu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to catch up with the girl and intercept her. The girl stopped and asked the beautiful woman with a questioning look. "Aunt, I've been caught. What should I do?" What could she do? Keep running, of course. It was obvious that the beautiful woman was about to go berserk. Suyu was speechless. Was the girl stupid, or did she not have the basic knowledge of survival? However, the beautiful woman glanced at the yin and yang energies above Suyu's head and said, "Forget it, you can't escape from him. Just accept your fate." "Oh." The girl put down the arrow and raised her hands, surrendering. The beautiful woman opened her mouth, feeling so depressed that she was about to cry. Why did she always have the urge to beat her up? The beautiful woman sighed and looked at Suyu. "Kid, you're good. My aunt and niece admit defeat. We can afford to give you our marks." After saying that, she tore off her ancient dream altar's mark. Suyu pointed his long sword and stopped her hand. The beautiful woman sneered. "Why, Do you want to imitate Bai Shuejian and kill people to establish your authority? If that's the case, you're wrong. My aunt and niece have deadly poison in their mouths, and we can kill ourselves with just a thought. Su Yu retracted his long sword and said calmly, "Your marks are worthless. If I wanted them, I would have taken them long ago." "Not for the marks?" the beautiful woman asked. Su Yu looked calm and didn't seem to be in a hurry to get the marks. "Then why?" Su Yu looked at her and said, "What do you think?" The beautiful woman couldn't help but cover her chest and said cautiously, "What do you want?" "I'm telling you I'm still a virgin. If you dare take away my innocence, I'll be your woman from now on." Su Yu's mouth twitched. He wanted to press her to the ground and give her a good beating. Staring at her angrily, Su Yu said, "I want to ask you two things. First, how many people did you kill when you took so many marks?" Su Yu asked. The beautiful woman shook her head. "No, my aunt and niece are peace-loving. We only took the marks, not killed." Su Yu looked at the girl. "Speak." "Oh, Auntie said to kill them all, but we didn't kill a single one of them because we were too weak." The young girl said in full detail. Su Yu glared at the beautiful woman, but she just shrugged and said, "I didn't lie." She really didn't kill anyone. "All right, the second question, which is also the reason why I captured you, is how much do you know about this region's terrain?" Su Yu asked. To be able to quickly set up such an exquisite trap in the mist, it was obvious that they had a detailed understanding of the mist beforehand. In this aspect, Su Yu was rather lacking. The beautiful woman blinked. "That's it." Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. "In any case, it's not because of you." The beautiful woman patted her heaving chest and murmured to herself, "That scared me to death. Good, good, I can still keep my virginity." As Su Yu looked at her with a hostile gaze, the beautiful woman took out a fist-sized crystal and threw it at him. "It's inside. Take a look at it yourself." "What is this?" Su Yu was curious. He tried to probe with his soul and was surprised to find that it was a projection of the entire southwest region of the altar. Every corner of the mist region, including the one where Su Yu was, could be seen clearly. He had never seen or heard of such an object before. This pair of aunt and niece were quite interesting. Su Yu felt that the time he had spent on them was not wasted, so he carefully memorized all the information. After that, he returned the crystal ball to them. At the same time, he casually retrieved the beautiful woman's power of death. "You're on your own now. If I run into you again, I won't let you off so easily." Su Yu waved his hand and stepped into the mist without looking back. The young girl said in a daze, "How carefree." The beautiful woman poked the space between her brows angrily. "Carefree? What? He took away one of your marks, yet you still speak up for him." The young girl said, "That's right. If he wants the mark, then let him have it. Anyway, we didn't come here for it." The beautiful woman thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Come on, let's continue. I haven't had such fun in a long time. Life like this is really relaxing. I hope that Xiao Yuan gets struck by lightning and doesn't catch me and bring me back." With a map in hand, Su Yu had a clear understanding of the entire region. It's time to start competing for the rankings. Su Yu looked at the image in the sky that had yet to dissipate. Bai Shuejian was still in first place. Most of the people who fell into his hands were killed. Only a few lucky ones escaped, but they could not avoid the fate of being eliminated. The ancient dream altar has the ability to sense danger. Bai Shuejian must have some ability to kill so many people. Su Yu quickly shuttled through the mist. This was only the outer area of the valley. There were strong fighters, but not many. The stone forest in the center was the area with the most traces of the Path Masters. The strong fighters were most concentrated there. Su Yu followed the crystal map all the way through the mist. Just as he was about to leave the mist and reach the stone forest, he suddenly sensed something in front of him. The two of them were 2,000 feet apart. Who wouldn't be on guard when the other suddenly appeared in the range of their senses? A boorish man who looked like an iron pillar came out of the fog and almost collided with Suyu. Seeing this person clearly, Suyu's eyes flashed. He had seen this person before. He often appeared in the images, and his ranking was extremely high. The latest ranking was from 4th place to 2nd place. His name was Knife Demon. This was because he had defeated the existence in 3rd place and snatched all of his opponent's marks. Hence, his ranking had risen dramatically. It was worth mentioning that the participant in 3rd place was a Silver Overlord. In other words, Knife Demon had the power to kill a Silver Overlord. But the Knife Demon was covered in wounds, especially between his brows, where there was a small circle. A pool of blood flowed out from the center of the circle. If the center of the circle was a little deeper, what flowed out would not be blood, but brain matter. And Suyu was no stranger to the center of the circle. It was Bai Shuejian's strange little sword. It looked like Knife Demon had unfortunately encountered Bai Shuejian. What was even more unfortunate was that Knife Demon had been defeated by Bai Shuejian. There was not a single black line on the flickering mark on his chest. It looked like even though he had escaped, he had paid a huge price. All the marks he had snatched in the past had been snatched away by Bai Shuejian, leaving only the natal mark. Once it was snatched away by Bai Shuejian, he would definitely be eliminated. As he ran, blood spurted out of his mouth. He was extremely dejected. Suyu glanced sideways and did not stop him. He had intended to let Knife Demon go, but Knife Demon did not know how to appreciate his kindness. When Suyu looked at him, he also noticed Suyu. When he passed by Suyu, he suddenly made a move and snorted. "Junior, let me borrow your mark. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for running into me." He was in need of a mark. If he obtained Suyu's mark, it would be equivalent to obtaining a life-saving talisman. He clenched his giant palm and squeezed it into a lump of iron. Without thinking, he smashed it toward Suyu's chest. It was not difficult to imagine the consequences of the Silver Overlord's punch landing on the Cavern World Master. Before the Ancient Dream Altar could react, Suyu would be killed by the Silver Overlord's punch. Suyu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. "There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on breaking through. Boundless demonic path." Suyu held the Azura sword in his hand and performed the tyrannical divine technique of the demonic path with all his might. Back then, Suyu was only a level 3 Cavern World Master with the beauty under the moonlight in his hand. However, he was still able to kill Yixin at his peak with 5 strikes. The Blade Demon was seriously injured by Bai Shuejian, and his divine power was almost depleted. Suyu's cultivation and divine weapon were not the same as before. As the sword fell, a long crack spread out. A giant demonic sword that was 1,000,000 feet long descended from it. The sky seemed to darken, and from the Blade Demon's perspective, he could only see a crack suddenly appearing. Then a mass of darkness fell. Then there was no then. The Ancient Dream Altar did not even have time to react. The Blade Demon was killed by the boundless demonic path. Ding! With a soft sound, his mark fell to the ground. Suyu grabbed it and immediately used his space magical power to leave this place. Almost at the same time, a demonic figure with white hair, a white face, and red lips covered in a bloody light quickly arrived with a few experts from the Red Leaf Pavilion branch. Looking at the black ashes on the ground and smelling the remaining demonic energy in the air, Bai Shuejian's face was gloomy. "How dare you steal my prey? You must be tired of living." He looked up at the sky. As expected, the sound of a bell rang out in the sky. Images appeared one after another. The Blade Demon has been eliminated. The scene before the Blade Demon's death appeared. A beam of black light descended, and the Blade Demon was reduced to ashes. Suyu is ranked 10th. Then, the image of Suyu holding the Azura sword appeared. "It's him." Bai Shuejian's murderous intent surged. He had some impression of this person. He had suspected that Su Yu was Shuiyu. The huge difference in cultivation between the two made by Shuejian overlook it. He did not care about Su Yu, even if he had once come in second place. But now, Bai Shuejian laughed angrily. It seems that too few participants have died by my hands, and there are still people who dare to steal my mark. Sensing Bai Shuejian's anger, the strong men who had followed him could not help but retreat. Although Bai Shuejian had killed countless people, he had never been angry. Pass down my order. All members of the Red Leaf Pavilion are to find out Su Yu's location at all costs. Once you find him, inform me immediately. Su Yu landed in a secluded area. He raised his head to look at the 10th place and could not help but nod slightly. It is indeed as analyzed. The stronger the opponent you defeat or kill, the more beneficial it is for your ranking, Su Yu said. Defeating 10 bronze overlords is not as good as defeating 1 silver overlord. The top 5 were all silver overlords, apart from Bai Shuejian, Huang Fulayang, and the already dead Blade Demon. There were still 2 silver overlords. One was the representative of a powerful force called Tian Shuang. The other was the representative of the Emperor's sea area, Jiang Guilu. If Su Yu could defeat the 2 of them consecutively, just their natal marks alone would be enough for him to enter the top 5. And if he could obtain the marks he had stolen from them, entering the top 2 would not be a problem. According to the Snow Dragon Emperor, only the 2 strongest people in each area could enter the central area, so defeating them was a must. But where should he go to find them? At that moment, the sound of a bell rang. Wu Di has been defeated. Tian Shuang is ranked 4th. In the image, Tian Shuang wore a confident smile. Chapter 1677. There was an ancient temple behind Tian Shuang that used to worship the Taoist deities. Su Yu had obtained the information from the crystal ball. After carefully recalling it, he immediately found a place that was very similar. Fallen Temple. An area was marked on the map. It was located in the area of the stone forest, and there was a temple that used to be glorious. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he quickly rushed to the temple area. Half a day later, Su Yu arrived at the temple. To his slight astonishment, there were actually quite a number of people here. Although they were all hiding, how could they hide from Su Yu's transparent eye? Some were in the ruins, some were underground, and they were all nervously looking for something. Suddenly, Su Yu noticed that deep underground, there was an old man with a beard who had found a deeply buried stone. There were clear fingerprints on the surface of the stone, and traces of the great path profound meaning filled it. It was the trace of the Path Master. The old man was extremely excited. Without saying anything, he tore off the mark on his chest, and the ancient dream altar swept it away. Su Yu suddenly understood. Could it be that the trace of the Path Master had appeared here, and that had attracted so many people? It was no wonder that Tian Shuang would appear here. With so many people gathered here, there must be prey that caught their attention. All of a sudden, Su Yu realized that Tian Shuang might have done this on purpose. The temple was located in the most prosperous stone forest area, and it was also the most mysterious place that attracted people to explore. If there were really traces of the Pathmaster, it would have been explored countless times. Why would there still be traces of the Pathmaster? Clang! A faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. The mark on Su Yu's chest immediately sensed that there were 2 movements of participants 5,000 miles away. The sound of fighting came from 5,000 miles away. Who is it? Su Yu's eyes flashed. The sound of fighting could travel 5,000 miles away. That was not something an ordinary person could do. Heavenly Eye. Su Yu released the eye and probed 5,000 miles away. He saw 2 living creatures with extremely powerful auras fighting each other. One of them was Tian Shuang. Su Yu also knew the other one. His reputation was only second to the Knife Demon. He was Jiang Guilu, who was ranked 3rd. Some people said that, in terms of strength, Jiang Guilu was actually above the knife demon. However, the knife demon was luckier. Before his ranking was completely stabilized, he had defeated the second place, who was not that strong at that time. That was how he managed to step on Jiang Guilu. But in terms of true strength, the blade demon was no match for Jiang Guilu. As expected, Tian Shuang couldn't get rid of Jiang Guilu, no matter how hard she tried. As for Jiang Guilu, he was able to easily neutralize Tian Shuang's attacks and force her to retreat again and again. After a great battle, Tian Shuang was surrounded by perils. In the end, Jiang Guilu caught hold of Tian Shuang's weakness and used his trump card divine technique to heavily injure Tian Shuang to the ground, rendering her unable to get up. However, Tian Shuang was the successor of a large sect after all. She had many trump cards. Just as Jiang Guilu was about to end her, Tian Shuang took out a powerful talisman and crushed it on the spot. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion shook everything within 10,000 miles. Even Suyu, who was 5,000 miles away, felt the ground beneath him shake violently. When the smoke dissipated, an unexpected scene appeared on the battlefield. Jiang Guilu was also heavily injured. Both of them fell to the ground with heavy injuries and were on the verge of death. At this moment, if someone were to take advantage of this opportunity to charge forward, it would be an unimaginable explosion. Not only had he defeated the two of them, he had also obtained all of their marks. In that case, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to not become the number one. What a great opportunity, Suyu thought to himself. However, he did not make a move and had no intention of attacking. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. He would not forget the participants who had died at the hands of Tian Shuang not long ago. At this moment, there was movement under the observation of his heavenly eyes. A sneaky figure slowly approached. Suyu recognized it. It was the ghost shadow step, which was ranked number 8. His escaping cultivation technique was at the peak of perfection. Every time he defeated someone as fast as the wind, he would immediately disappear without a trace. Even though many people coveted the marks he had obtained, no one could catch up to him. At this moment, the ghost shadow step discovered that 2 of the top 5 strong fighters were fighting each other, resulting in a situation where both sides were heavily injured. The ghost shadow step sneaked over and carefully removed the mark on Tian Shuang's chest. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Tian Shuang, who was on the verge of death, suddenly grabbed the ghost shadow step. Her fingertips dug into the chest of the ghost shadow step and tore it ruthlessly, tearing half of the ghost shadow step's chest into pieces. With a pathetic cry, the ghost shadow step knew that he had been tricked and immediately retreated. However, before he could retreat, his shoulders were pressed down by a pair of large hands. A mocking voice entered his ears. "Where are you going?" The ghost shadow step turned his head and his expression changed. "Jiang Guilu!" At this moment, there was not a single injury on Jiang Guilu's body. Tian Shuang laughed. "Brother Jiang, it seems like we have caught a big fish this time." The ghost shadow step, TSK, the marks on his body are second only to the top 5 of us. Jiang Guilu laughed and said unceremoniously, "The 9th place previously belongs to you. Now the ghost shadow step belongs to me." The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Guilu executed a powerful confinement technique to first restrict ghost shadow steps. Then he used his killing move. Every time he used it, the ancient dream altar would save the ghost shadow step. The black line on the ghost shadow step's mark decreased rapidly, and soon there was only one left. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, the ghost shadow step knew that he could not escape. Fortunately, he removed the mark to prevent them from killing him here. Soon a bell rang in the sky. The ghost shadow step was eliminated, and Jiang Guilu advanced to 2nd place. Tian Shuang was ranked 3rd. Because the knife demon was already dead, the rest of the people advanced by 1 place. The unchanging Huangfu Liang had finally advanced to the 4th place. and the 5th place was Suyu. Starting from the 6th place, all the way to the 9th place had been eliminated. Hence, Suyu jumped from the 10th place to the 5th place. Tian Shuang looked at the ranking and sighed. Those who can be killed are mostly killed. Among the top 5, only Suyu and Huang Fulayang are worth killing. As for the rest, Suyu waited for a moment. It seemed like it was time for him to make his move, but he had to separate the two of them. Both of them were silver overlords, no weaker than the knife demon, and they were at their peak. Suyu could easily deal with one of them, but if he were to deal with two at the same time, Suyu was confident that he could do it. If he were to fight for a long time and attract by Xuejin, he would be attacked from 3 sides. That would not be good. Just as Suyu was thinking, the scene changed again. A mocking voice reverberated in all directions. I was wondering how the two of you could improve so quickly. So you are colluding. It was Bai Xuejin. In his arms, he was carrying the round, thin sword that made people tremble with fear, and he walked over. Who would have thought that the representative of the ocean region that killed the emperor would cooperate with a representative of a force that was half a world away from the sea of constellations? Because no one knew that Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu were actually cousins. It was precisely because of this that the cunning Ghost Steps cultivator fell into the trap and was eliminated. Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu, who were chatting, had a change in their expressions. Their expressions turned serious. They slowly walked to a corner and stood shoulder to shoulder, as if they were facing a great enemy. Bai Xuejin stared at the two of them, calmly saying, "Put down the brand, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, humph, die." Tian Shuang could not suppress the fear in his eyes, but he was only 1 step away from the right to enter the central area. He could not back down. "Bai Xuejin, if we work together, we might not be afraid of you." Jiang Guilu said, "You are already 1st place. I believe no one can shake your position. Why do you have to kill us?" Bai Xuejin sneered. "Do you think I am stupid? Based on your progress, it is only a matter of time before you surpass me. For my ranking, I have no choice but to ask the two of you to get out of the ancient dream altar." Tian Shuang made up her mind and shouted, "Bai Xuejin, don't think we are afraid of you." Bai Xuejin revealed a sinister smile. "Just as well. I am not in a good mood. If the two of you are willing to accompany me to relieve my anger, that will be for the best." "Come." Bai Xuejin unsheathed his sword. A crystal-clear, slender sword that looked like it was carved out of ice fell into his palm. "Flying rain." Bai Xuejin shouted. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword vibrated 10,000 times in a short span of a breath. Every time, it stabbed out a ring of light the size of a thumb, like raindrops. Every circle of light was actually condensed from extremely condensed sword chi. There were 10,000 of them covering the entire area. How spectacular was that? Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu were stunned. Freezing sky and freezing earth. 10,000 arts return. The two of them did not dare to be careless and executed their powerful divine arts. Hum, hum, hum. The divine arts clashed and caused the heavens and earth to rumble. Within 100,000 radius, everyone felt the unprecedented extreme vibration. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd strongest experts finally clashed, but the result of the collision was unexpected. Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu were both injured, especially Tian Shuang. Her body was like a sieve as hundreds of sword chi pierced through her. Jiang Guilu was not much better, but their problems were not only their injuries, but also the extreme damage to their souls from the sword chi. On the other hand, Bai Xuejin's clothes were as white as snow. His white hair was like a devil's, and his red lips were extremely bewitching. He was not injured at all as he held the round sword and walked over step by step. Tian Shuang's eyes were filled with despair. Rather than slowly dying from the damage to her soul, she might as well go back and seek treatment from her elders. If she stayed here, she would only die in Bai Shuejian's hands. Rip! Tian Shuang tore off the brand on her chest and threw it on the ground. It was swept away by the ancient dream altar. But Jiang Guilu did not choose to give up. He clenched his teeth, grabbed Tian Shuang's brand, and fled. Bai Shuejian laughed angrily. You are the second to steal from me. You have guts. Whoosh! Bai Shuejian immediately gave chase. But Jiang Guilu was not slow, traveling millions of miles in an instant. But just as Jiang Guilu was sprinting, the yin and yang energies above his head suddenly became chaotic. A silver-haired figure flickered like a ghost. It was an excessively handsome young man who carried a demonic ice coffin on his back. Suyu! Jiang Guilu recognized him. Not long ago, he was Jiang Guilu's prey. Suyu crossed his arms, calmly saying, "Let's stop here. You are tired." As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword. Thump! A huge force slashed Jiang Guilu to the ground. He was about to resist when Suyu took out a talisman filled with primordial energy. Jiang Guilu's eyelids twitched. A divine talisman? Suyu calmly said, "Is there still a need to resist? Or perhaps you want to die to prove your loyalty?" Once the talisman was used, Jiang Guilu knew he had no way out. He did not resist or delay. Not only did he hand over Tian Shuang's brand, he also tore off his own brand and gave it to Suyu. His face was filled with regret and hatred. "I hope you can make Bai Shuejian pay the price he deserves." The person he hated the most was undoubtedly Bai Shuejian. Suyu slowly nodded. "Don't worry. Your ending will be his ending." Jiang Guilu smiled. "If that's the case, I am relieved." His figure was swept out of the ancient dream altar. Chapter 1678. Suyu stood where he was, with no intention of escaping. With a flip of his palm, the two marks fused into his own. Suddenly, Suyu's ancient dream sacrificial altar mark, which only had 2 black lines, changed drastically, erupting with dozens of black lines. The bell rang, and the huge image covered every corner of the area. Tian Shuang is eliminated. Suyu is ranked 3rd. Jiang Guilu is eliminated. Suyu is ranked 2nd. The sudden commotion shocked the entire area. What? Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu, ranked 2nd and 3rd, were eliminated at the same time? Wait, isn't Suyu the guy who defeated Wang Yuan and rose to 2nd place as soon as he entered? It can't be, right? Didn't he already go quiet and fall out of the top 20? How did he defeat 2 silver overlords in one night? I think there's something fishy about this. In the image, Suyu stood calmly, attracting the attention of the entire area. Of course, Bai Shuejian noticed it as well. His face was filled with a sinister smile, his suppressed anger causing his voice to turn gloomy. "Suyu! Ha ha ha, Suyu!" Snatching the knife demon first, then snatching Tian Shuang and Jiang Guilu. Bai Shuejian laughed coldly. "What right does he think he has to snatch people from my hands?" Bai Shuejian locked onto Jiang Guilu's last breath and flew over. However, when he arrived, it was empty. Jiang Guilu was nowhere to be seen, and Suyu was nowhere to be seen. Only the chaotic yin and yang energies remained, but Suyu was nowhere to be seen. Chase him. Dig him out, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Bai Shuejian was extremely furious, roaring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The people who followed him did not even dare approach, turning around and flying in all directions. Bai Shuejian was truly enraged, and he was extremely enraged. They had been with Bai Shuejian for many years and knew how terrifying he could be when he was angry. Not only would it activate Bai Shuejian's special bloodline, causing his abilities to skyrocket, but even his personality would change accordingly. They could not forget that the last time Bai Shuejian was angry was a year ago. It was an expedition in the wilderness, where Bai Shuejian encountered a group of experienced explorers. One of the silver overlords found a great opportunity in the ruins and used it to break through to Gold Overlord. In order to seize the opportunity, he killed all the other adventurers one by one. Bai Shuejian also couldn't escape the Golden Overlord's pursuit. In the end, he angered Bai Shuejian, triggering the strange bloodline in his body. Bai Shuejian's strength temporarily soared to the level of a Golden Overlord, and he killed his opponent instead. However, he did not stop there. After activating his bloodline, he seemed to have lost his mind. He rushed out of the ruins and started a massacre. The 3 silver Overlord rank forces nearby were all massacred within a day, leaving not a single soul behind. For a time, the sea was covered with floating corpses, and the waves were dyed red with blood. When he regained his rationality, Bai Shuejian stopped his massacre. He did not return to the sect, but instead went to the Golden Overlord's clan. 1 man and 1 sword had killed all the bloodline clansmen of the clan. Furthermore, they cruelly chopped off their heads and built a tower of skulls in the ancestral hall of their clan to vent their anger. The Starry Sky Pavilion had always been criticized by the Starry Sky Pavilion for their vile methods and outrageous behavior. However, he was very talented and was protected by a pavilion master, so he had not been expelled. Seeing that Bai Shuejian's mark had been stolen by the same person twice, and that he was about to go berserk again, who wouldn't be afraid? The roar was transmitted to everyone's hearts through the remnant images, especially when it fell into the ears of the Starry Sky Pavilion members in the area. It made them tremble with fear. It seemed that Bai Shuejian was about to set off a bloodbath again. Even though he had killed so many people, to Bai Shuejian it was not a bloodbath. It was just something he did casually when he was in a good mood. Su Yu left the place and landed on a remote, barren mountain in the stone forest. According to the rules, when a strong fighter's mark had accumulated more than 200 marks, the ranking of the area would come to an end. The top 2 would be qualified to enter the central area. However, to enter the central area now and face a tribulation fairy, he still lacked a bit of cultivation base. The Royal Power Dragon Sovereign Sword was a powerful trump card. The lowest price to pay for using it was to reach the level of an Overlord. There was only one fastest way for Su Yu to become an Overlord: refining the Dragon Pearl. After setting up a simple isolation formation nearby, Su Yu immediately began to refine the Dragon Pearl. If an ordinary person were to refine it, it would take at least 10 years. In extreme cases, it would take even longer. For example, Yongye Chioma spent tens of millions of years before he finally refined the Dragon Pearl completely. Of course, a large part of the reason Yongye Chioma took such a long time was that the epic-making dragon was still in the world, and refining its Dragon Pearl was extremely difficult. However, the Dragon Pearl had already lost its master. In addition, it had been tempered by the passage of time, and the mark within had long been lost. Su Yu only needed to add his own mark, and he would be able to successfully refine it. Only 10 days. Su Yu's purple pupils shone with a dreamy light. The space around him entered a state of accelerated time. A year in the outside world might only have passed a day for Su Yu. Closing his eyes slowly, Su Yu placed both hands on the Dragon Pearl and infused it with divine energy that contained his scent. Every 2 hours, divine blood would be injected into it. When 2 hours passed, the first drop of divine blood was injected. As expected, it was rejected by the Dragon Pearl. Only a tiny bit of the entire drop of blood was absorbed. However, to Su Yu, just a tiny bit was enough. If this item was so easily refined, how could it bear the name of the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Pearl? Another 2 hours passed. This time, 2 wisps of divine blood were absorbed. The 6th hour passed, and 3 wisps of divine blood were absorbed. Su Yu refined it bit by bit, step by step. As he focused all his attention on refining, the area around him gradually changed. Bai Shuejian searched everywhere for Su Yu as if he had gone mad. Whenever he encountered a participant, he would ask, "Where is Su Yu?" If he couldn't answer, he would be killed immediately. If he could answer, he would get a few words of clues, and his life would be spared. At the same time, the people from the Red Leaf Pavilion who were assigned to this area also put aside all the tasks of searching for traces of the Pathmaster and devoted themselves to searching for Suyu. They weren't as crazy as by Shuejian, who killed anyone on sight. Instead, they captured everyone they saw. First, they forced them to consume poison. Then, they controlled them and scattered them to all corners of the area to gather information about Suyu. Once they discovered anything, they would inform them immediately. 5 days passed. Apart from the 200 people who had been eliminated, more than half of the remaining 800 people were controlled by them. They traveled through the wild forest to search for Suyu. Although the area was large, it was ultimately limited. Suyu didn't deliberately hide himself. On the 5th day, he was discovered. Wei LV received a clue that a silver-haired figure had descended in that area 5 days ago. Wei LV was eager to gain merit, so he didn't inform the others immediately. He decided to investigate alone. He was confident that if he only investigated and didn't show himself, Suyu might not discover him. After searching for a while in the stone forest, Wei LV found Suyu, who was in seclusion, in an inconspicuous corner. Wei LV was overjoyed. Without thinking, he immediately sent a message to the Jade, preparing to inform Bai Shuejian. "Sigh, why seek your own death?" A soft sigh fell into his ears. Wei LV's body stiffened. Looking at the shadow on the ground, his heart thumped wildly. Suyu had woken up. He was someone who had intercepted and killed the knife demon. It was an assassination. It was extremely difficult to kill a silver overlord, especially on the ancient dream altar. Wei LV had a deep understanding of Suyu's abilities. Because of this, his throat was dry and his heart was filled with fear. Without thinking, he crushed the jade and struck his own head with his palm, artificially creating danger in an attempt to get the ancient dream altar to save him. He didn't want to be killed by Suyu in one strike. "I only injured you in the house, not killed you. I've already let you off the hook. Why did you come here to die?" The person behind him said indifferently, "What house?" Wei LV was stunned at first. Then his expression changed. "Ah, you are Shueyu." Creak! A blood-red long sword pierced through his body. The power of Azura in the body of the sword was like a flame, instantly turning Wei LV into a pile of ashes. The jade in his hand fell silently, but Wei LV crushed it before he died. A wave of information leaped into the space. Suyu could have stopped it, but he didn't. There was no need. The picture of heaven and earth would show his position. As expected, Wei LV is eliminated. Suyu is ranked second. In the picture, Suyu's position was extremely clear. He looked at the other end of the picture, then left with an indifferent expression. He was indeed in seclusion to refine the dragon pearl, but that didn't mean he wasn't vigilant of the outside world. "I've only refined half of the dragon pearl. I'll need 5 more days," Suyu said to himself. He used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to choose a new location. But as soon as he appeared, he immediately felt a few marks quickly escaping. Soon after, Suyu felt the faint ripples of the thread of fate. His exact location had been leaked. Suyu sighed and left to choose another location. But as soon as he appeared, he was immediately detected. It was the same for a few consecutive locations. At best, he was only discovered after half a day. It was as if all the participants in the area were moving quickly, relying on the marks to sense Suyu's position. "Is it by Shuejian?" Suyu remembered what the ravenous wolf star had said. This person was narrow-minded and vengeful. His marks had been stolen twice, so it was reasonable for him to be furious. But mobilizing everyone in the area to search was overkill. Just as Suyu was thinking, he felt a group of ripples. There seemed to be 7 or 8 people. 2 senses were in front, and 5 were behind, sometimes far away, sometimes close. It seemed that the latter were chasing the former. They discovered Su Yu's senses, but did not go forward to investigate. Instead, they chased after the two senses, hunting in groups. Su Yu shook his head. He didn't care, nor did he intend to intervene. However, at that moment, the two sides had a brief exchange of blows. A wave of ripples spread in all directions. Chapter 16, 79. With a thought, he quickly flew over. At the border between the mist and the stone forest, Yen Changhong sped all the way. She clutched the incense burner in her hand tightly. The incense burner was a divine treasure with a built-in space. Its fragrance permeated the surroundings, and it was filled with dense vitality. Moreover, there was a fluctuation of a brand within the incense burner. Yen Changhong, put Mu Songhai down, and I'll spare your life. The one who caught up was the second-ranked disciple of the Red Leaf Branch, Shan Xiong. Yen Changhong hugged the incense burner tightly, her eyes filled with grief and indignation. How audacious of you! How dare you lay your hands on a fellow pavilion member? After we get out, report to the pavilion master that you will have to bear the consequences. Shan Xiong laughed coldly as he chased after him. That depends on which fellow pavilion member we attack. If you were the main culprits of the heavenly stem astral tribulation back then, the rest of the pavilion members would only clap their hands in glee if you were eliminated. Yen Changhong was extremely sorrowful. He might not have been able to tell when he was in the Sword Pavilion Sea region. However, after participating in the adventure, one could see how much the Sword Pavilion Sea region was discriminated against. When the two of them entered the ancient dream altar, none of the Star Pavilion members were willing to team up with them. Even the Cave World Venerable team, which did not even have an overlord, politely declined to follow Mu Songhai, the Silver Overlord. Now that they were being chased by the Red Leaf Pavilion Branch, they had no help. If it was in the past, the Red Leaf Pavilion Branch had no enmity with the Sword Pavilion Branch. Even if the Red Leaf Pavilion Branch was unwilling to befriend the Sword Pavilion Branch, it would not be like this, where the Red Leaf Pavilion Branch treated the Sword Pavilion Branch as an enemy. It was all because of Su Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere. Bai Xuejian found Mu Songhai and ordered him to look for Su Yu, but Mu Songhai refused. Unexpectedly, Bai Xuejian took advantage of the moment when Mu Songhai was not paying attention and seriously injured him. When Mu Songhai came to the ancient dream altar, he had been searching for all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. He had no intention of ranking them. Thus, from the beginning to the end, he had never taken away anyone's imprint. It was easy to imagine that this sword had not only injured her, but it had also threatened her right to continue exploring. Now, she was recuperating in the incense burner, relying on Yen Changhong to help her escape. Yen Changhong was not stupid. She planned to escape into the misty area. As long as they entered, they would have an 80% chance of escaping with the help of the mist that shielded their senses and imprints. Unfortunately, Shan Xiong and the others had also seen through her plan and sped up their pursuit. Just as Yen Changhong was about to escape into the mist, she was stopped. 5 figures surrounded Yen Changhong. Shan Xiong sneered, "Even though we are both bronze overlords, the difference is still huge. You are still too inexperienced to escape from my palm." Yen Changhong hugged the incense burner tightly and shrieked, "Do you really want to fight to the death?" Shan Xiong crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "Brothers, what did you hear from her? A life and death struggle? You scared me to death." Immediately, the 5 of them burst into laughter. "The fish is dead, but the net is not broken, right? Haha, the people from the Sword Pavilion Branch are as laughable and pathetic as ever. Why don't they weigh themselves first? Come on, don't do anything. Let me try and see if my net is enough to catch her." The last one to speak was the 4th-ranked disciple of the Maple Branch, Zhao Wei. He was still brooding over being swept out of the mountain peak by Shui Yu with a single sword strike. Who was Shui Yu's subordinate? Everyone was well aware of it. They spared no effort to kill Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong. It was not only because of Bai Shuejian's order, but also because of their own selfishness. The humiliation they suffered at Shui Yu's hands was returned to Mu Songhai. Zhao Wuwei took out a flute and played it on the spot. A fluttering, celestial song intoxicated people's hearts. Yen Changhong's eyes were blurred, revealing a dreamy look. Zhao Wuwei smiled faintly. The celestial sound of the flute suddenly intensified. Strands of sound combined with divine power stabbed towards Yen Changhong's head. The blurred Yen Changhong was caught off guard and immediately held her head and screamed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Wuwei's flute flew out like a sword. With a shuttle, the flute shot towards Yen Changhong's neck. For her, who did not have any extra imprints, this sword was enough to completely eliminate Yen Changhong. However, something unexpected happened. When the flute was about to pierce Yen Changhong's head, she bit the tip of her tongue and woke herself up with a sharp pain. At the critical moment, Yen Changhong's left hand formed a seal, and a powerful divine technique was displayed. Iron Horse Glacier. There seemed to be an invisible army of thousands of horses galloping over on an icy long river. A huge roar caused an extremely strong spatial vibration. The flute, which was close at hand, trembled and weakened. Yen Changhong grabbed it with one hand. Zhao Wuwei turned pale with fright when his divine weapon was snatched away. He hurriedly displayed a defensive divine technique. In a hurry, he used his divine power to form a giant tortoise. The tortoise crouched on the ground like a small black mountain. From the looks of it, it was extremely defensive. When the sound wave attacked, the huge tortoise also shook. Zhao Wuwei, who was deep inside, could not help but spit out a huge mouthful of blood, which dyed a large part of his clothes white. Zhao Wuwei wiped the divine blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression filled with deep shame and anger. Just SOZO. Next, it's my turn. Yen Changhong sneered. Who told you it's over? Zhao Wuwei's heart skipped a beat. Yen Changhong said in a low voice, Explode! Buzz. The sound wave that seeped into the tortoise was like a piece of music that had entered the most exciting moment. As soon as the word was said, the sound wave inside the tortoise erupted like a volcano that had been compressed to the extreme. An earth-shattering sonic boom instantly shattered the tortoise. Zhao Wuwei was in the middle of it. He was so shocked that his life was in danger. The ancient dream altar sensed that he was in danger of death. It released a wave and protected him within it. Then it completely teleported him away. Yen Changhong rubbed her aching eyebrows. Her gentle and charming face revealed traces of mockery. It seems that this fish thinks too highly of its own weight. Before the net is broken, the fish is already dead. Number 4. The other 4 shouted in unison. Obviously, Yen Changhong's strength was beyond their expectations. Bitch! How dare you destroy number 4's opportunity? A naked, burly man who was full of vulgarities walked out angrily. He was Zhao Liang, who was ranked 3rd. His strength was 1 level higher than Zhao Wei. They were both bronze overlords, but Zhao Liang had the absolute advantage in sparring between the two. Your opportunity is an opportunity, but ours isn't? Yen Changhong snorted. Bring it on. I've said it before. Today, either the fish dies or the net splits. Scram! Zhao Liang scolded angrily. His voice was like a huge bell, and it was extremely shocking. 9-layered pagoda fist. Zhao Liang's legs stomped on the ground like a giant elephant, causing the ground to rumble. A blood-colored pagoda appeared in front of him. It was 9 levels tall, and each level was built from countless corpses. Although it was a virtual image, it had the powerful impact of a real object. Yen Changhong's eyes narrowed. She once again displayed the Iron Horse Ice River. The powerful sound wave swept out and shook the Buddha's pagoda, and it tore open numerous hideous cracks on it. Explode! When the sound wave reached its peak, a single word was uttered. The sound wave suddenly erupted. Zhao Liang was not afraid. He laughed angrily. "Little bitch, I'll let you have a taste of the true meaning of the 9-layered pagoda fist." Before the sound wave could shatter the pagoda, the body of the pagoda cracked. A palm print appeared on each level. There were a total of 9 levels. From low to high, the higher the level, the more shocking the divine power contained in the palm force. Bang! The first palm strike instantly shattered half of the huge impact brought by the sound wave. Bang! Bang! The second and third palm strikes continued to weaken. When the 4th level's palm strike appeared, the sound wave was completely obliterated. The 5th level's palm strike flew towards Yen Changhong without any obstruction. Blinded by a single leaf, Yen Changhong waved a leaf. The leaf expanded in the air, turning into a giant 1,000,000 zhang tall, blocking in front of her. With a muffled sound, the leaf was hit. An extremely deep mark appeared on the leaf. Then it was the 6th palm strike. The leaf was pierced through with a pop, turning into a broken leaf that withered away. The 7th palm strike came with an even more majestic momentum. Yen Changhong could not block it. She used all of her divine power to block it. Wah! All of her divine power was scattered on the spot. Her delicate body was immediately sent flying. She was still in the air when the 8th palm strike hit her. Poochie! Yen Changhong's body was covered in injuries. There were many cracks on the surface of her body. She was severely injured. Zhao Liang laughed coldly. "Goodbye, Deputy Pavilion Master Yen." Boom! The 9th palm strike finally came. Under this palm strike, Yen Changhong would definitely be eliminated. There was no exception. In Yen Changhong's eyes, the golden palm grew larger and larger, quickly covering the world in front of her. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and endured the impending pain. Bang! The heavy sound of flesh falling into her ears. But the pain that Yen Changhong imagined did not come. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a frail and old figure. It was Mu Songhai. She was covered in milky white divine blood that flowed endlessly. The divine power in her body was extremely deficient. She stood there as if a gust of wind could blow her to the ground. "Pavilion Master!" Yen Changhong was shocked. "Your injuries." What moved her was that Mu Songhai had used his flesh body to block the 9th palm strike. Her already heavy injuries became even more severe. The milky white divine blood flowed down her arm like a meandering stream. She could not hold on for long. Mu Songhai's face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He cupped his fists at Shan Xiong and Zhao Liang. "The younger generation will surpass the older. This old one begs a favor from the 2 of you. Can we stop here?" Zhao Liang saw Mu Songhai personally taking action and instinctively trembled. After all, she was a silver overlord. However, Mu Songhai begged for mercy as soon as he appeared. Only then did Zhao Liang calm down. He could easily take care of the other party with such heavy injuries. Zhao Liang smiled coldly. "Stop here? Mu Songhai, do you think you have the right to say such words?" He licked his lips excitedly. "Speaking of which, I have never tried to fight a silver overlord. If Pavilion Master Mu is willing to fulfill my little wish, I can consider letting you go." Yen Changhong scolded angrily. "Shameless. If you have the ability, wait until Pavilion Master Mu recovers before fighting. How shameless is it to fight her now?" Zhao Liang smiled strangely. "Humph. Whether you are willing or not depends on you. Forget it, then let's fight." Mu Songhai said indifferently. Under Shan Xiong's gaze, Zhao Liang immediately attacked. It was another 9-layer pagoda fist. Mu Songhai took a deep breath and formed a seal with both hands. A weak light, like a fluorescent insect, flew out from his fingertips. In the end, the seemingly weak fluorescent light instantly burned the 9-layer pagoda fist. Zhao Liang's scalp went numb, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1680. He had accidentally heard from the pavilion master that when Mu Songhai escaped from the ancient star, he brought out a unique divine fire of the ancient star, the Heartless Corpse Fire. This fire was extremely terrifying, and there was nothing it could not burn. Even the body of a divine warrior of heaven and earth could burn it. The most terrifying thing was that other than the power of a divine warrior of heaven and earth, there was basically no divine technique that could extinguish this fire. It was extremely terrifying. How could Zhao Liang dare to hesitate? He quickly retreated, but the white firefly instantly caught up and stopped at the tip of Zhao Liang's nose. Zhao Liang was covered in cold sweat, and his body was so stiff that he did not dare to move. With how terrifying the Heartless Corpse Fire was, it could decide his life and death in an instant. It was true death. The ancient dream altar would not be able to react in time. Is that enough? Mu Songhai formed a seal with both hands and retracted the Heartless Corpse Fire. He did not hurt Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's body was cold and wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Shan Xiong rolled his eyes and slowly nodded. "We will keep our promise. You can go." The other two made way, allowing them to enter the mist. Yan Changhong's heart ached as she supported Mu Songhai and slowly walked into the mist. Yan Changhong was shocked when she touched him. She could clearly feel that Mu Songhai's life was weak. The price she had paid to forcefully use the Heartless Corpse Fire was extremely high. After returning to the outside world, she would still need to go into seclusion for a long time to recover from her injuries. It was not until they entered the mist that Yan Changhong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Pavilion Master, let's find a place to heal first." What she did not know was that the moment they stepped into the mist, Shan Xiong's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. He gave Zhao Liang a look. Zhao Liang's face flashed with embarrassment. He stared at them with hatred and suddenly made a move. 9-layer pagoda fist. The timing of this move was extremely precise. It was the moment they stepped into the mist. The mist had a strong shielding effect. If they were in the outside world, Mu Songhai would have immediately noticed Zhao Liang's move. But being in the mist, their perception of the outside world was zero. When the 9-layer pagoda fist rushed into the mist, they finally noticed. But at such a close distance, Mu Songhai could not release the Heartless Corpse Fire in time. "Changhong, move aside." Mu Songhai pushed Yan Changhong away and forcibly withstood the full power of the 9-layer pagoda fist with his seriously injured body. Puff! Milky white, divine blood sprayed out and dyed half the sky white. Mu Songhai, who was already seriously injured, once again suffered severe injuries. Finally, he could not help but fall to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shan Xiong led his men in and surrounded them again. Yan Changhong's eyes were misty with grief and indignation as she said angrily, "Despicable and shameless," especially staring at Zhao Liang. "The pavilion master clearly let you go, but you sneak attacked him from behind. It's a shame for the Star Pavilion to have someone like you." Zhao Liang snorted coldly. "Even if she hadn't shown mercy, I would have been able to escape unscathed. Don't flatter yourself. As for sneak attacks," Zhao Liang sneered, "haven't you heard that all is fair in war? If you're stupid, don't blame your enemy for being too cunning." Yan Changhong was infuriated. She gritted her teeth and rushed over with a vigorous stride. Her palm struck toward the top of Mu Songhai's head and other vital parts. At this point, rather than being humiliated by a few villains, it was better to send Mu Songhai away. Bang! But while she was still in the air, she heard a thunderous snort and a phantom flashed in front of her. Then a long leg that was like a whip landed on her abdomen. She suffered from an extreme force, and her abdomen was pierced on the spot. Her body was smashed into the distance, like a sandbag. The phantom showed Shan Xiong's silhouette. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "It's too easy for you to let her be eliminated so easily. Give her to Brother Bai." I believe that brother Bai will have 100 ways to let Pavilion Master Mu taste regret. No, Yen Changhong screamed. With Mu Songhai's current injuries, he could not move. Bai Shuejian was completely capable of killing him in an instant. The ancient dream altar would not even have time to react. Shan Xiong stretched out his arm and said mockingly, "Do you think I'll give up just because you say no? Beg me. Kneel down and beg me sincerely. Then I'll give her a quick death." Yen Changhong struggled to crawl over and pleaded, "All right, as long as you're willing to let her go, not to mention kneeling. Even if you want me to replace her and send her to Bai Shuejian, I will have no regrets." Back then, she was an ordinary person in the Star Pavilion who was bullied by others. It was Mu Songhai who passed by and saved her. He raised her and gave her the responsibility of Deputy Pavilion Master. To her, Mu Songhai not only knew her well, but he also raised her. This was the real reason why she unswervingly followed Mu Songhai. Shan Xiong felt bored when she gave in so easily. His eyes gradually turned cold, and he quietly formed a seal with his hands behind his back. At that time, a group of extremely powerful seals would be displayed in an instant. He would definitely be able to kill Yen Changhong. It would be a real kill. However, he maintained a kind expression on his face. He smiled and said as he walked, "Deputy Pavilion Master Yen is indeed a man of character." When he was 30 feet away from Yen Changhong, his eyes were filled with viciousness, and his words suddenly became cold. "So you better die!" He immediately attacked with his hands behind his back. A long and slender needle that was fused with divine power and some kind of poison pierced through the top of her head. Yen Changhong was caught off guard. Seeing that she was about to be killed, suddenly, a wave of spatial power swept over and swept Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong away. Shan Xiong's attack missed. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" Swish! An arc-shaped sword chi suddenly swept over from the outside world. Because they were in the mist, they did not sense the other party's sword technique. When they realized it, it was already too late. 2 screams fell into their ears. It was the 2 disciples who came with them. They did not even have time to scream and were directly wiped out. They were really dead. Zhao Liang reacted slightly. He performed the Ninefold Pagoda fist in shock and slightly resisted the sword energy. But it was only slightly. The sword chi destroyed the 9 layers of Pagoda fist, like it was breaking dry weeds, and smashed into Zhao Liang, who was still fleeing. On his back, the sword energy cut open a hideous wound. The remaining sword energy lingered in the wound, making it impossible for it to recover. Instantly, Zhao Liang twisted on the ground and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Shan Xiong turned pale with fright. He was too familiar with this kind of sword energy. Not long ago, he was swept out of the ancient corpse sex mountain peak by this sword energy. "Shuiyu, it's you." His expression changed drastically. Shuiyu's strength was too unfathomable. Previously, he, Zhaoliang, and Zhao Wei had joined forces. But Shuiyu and his sword had driven them out of the mountain peak like flies. But Shuiyu did not participate in the ancient dream altar. Why did he suddenly appear? As he spoke, Shan Xiong cast a divine technique to resist the sword chi that had already weakened. But before he could heave a sigh of relief, dozens of burning flowers penetrated the mist again without warning. Ah! With a scream, Shan Xiong was hit by several flowers and screamed on the spot. Then another mass of space divine power wrapped around him and Zhao Yang and pulled them out of the mist. The outside world was clear, and he saw Shuiyu immediately. No, it was Suyu. Shan Xiong's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. He said in horror, You, could Suyu be Shuiyu?" Suyu stood in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back. His deep eyes were filled with endless coldness, like the starry sky. Being stared at like that, Shan Xiong felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He forced himself to be calm and shouted, "Shuiyu, don't you think it's shameless of you to attack us sneakily?" Su Yu's eyes were placid. Let me borrow your words. All is fair in war. Don't blame your enemy's intelligence for your own stupidity, understand? Shan Xiong opened his mouth and said, Shui Yu, you'd better let us go immediately. Otherwise, Bai Shuejian will not let you off. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's expression was as calm as an autumn lake. There was even a hint of revulsion and disgust. Bai Shuejian? He's annoying indeed. I didn't want to look for him, but he came to me to seek death. Su Yu said lightly, as if everything was a matter of course. The dazzling crystal palace has already warned him once. Why doesn't he listen to the warnings of others seriously? Shan Xiong's eyes widened. Judging from Shui Yu's tone, it seemed that he did not take Bai Shuejian seriously at all. Shui Yu, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. In front of Bai Shuejian, you are nothing. Have you seen the creatures that have died in his hands these days? Humph, they have really died. I advise you to think twice before you act. However, Su Yu did not listen to his words at all. He interrupted him leisurely and said, Go and do something. That tone was an order. Shan Xiong laughed angrily. Shui, don't think that I can be arrogant just because I fell into your hands. There is a deadly poison in my body. With a single thought, I can trigger the ancient dream altar to sense it and return to the outside world. What can you do to me? Su Yu lowered his head and looked down at him. He said indifferently, I asked you to go. You have to go, even if you don't want to. Creak! 2 balls of pale light shot out from his eyes and disappeared into Shan Xiong's head. Shan Xiong did not even struggle. His eyes changed immediately. He was arrogant and unruly just now, but now he was obedient like a slave. He knelt on the ground respectfully and shouted, Master, Shan Xiong is willing to serve you like a dog. Su Yu said indifferently, Go, return to Bai Shuejian's side. Yes. Shan Xiong did not hesitate and left immediately. Zhao Liang was horrified as he watched. The dignified bronze overlord's mind was controlled with a single thought, and he became Su Yu's puppet? It was too terrifying. If he was controlled and killed immediately, he was afraid that the ancient dream altar would not even have time to react, and he would kill himself. Drops of cold sweat flowed down his back, drenching his entire back. Plop! Zhao Liang knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Shui Yu, I was forced to do this. It was all Shan Xiong's instigation. Su Yu looked at him coldly. You want me to spare your life? Zhao Liang nodded repeatedly. Yes, just treat me as an ant and let me go. Su Yu said coldly. Then, after I let you go, will you stab me in the back and tell me that with your strength, you don't need me to spare your life? Chapter 1681. Some people deserve to be spared, while others don't, Su Yu said slowly, as the azure sword in his hand flashed with a bloody light. Crack! Zhao Liang was beheaded. A ball of dark green soul escaped. At the same time, the ancient dream altar sensed it and sent down waves. However, before it reached him, a pitch-black vortex appeared between Su Yu's brows. Soul-devouring! A mighty force instantly engulfed Zhao Liang's soul. Not even his soul was left. He was completely destroyed. Yan Changhong, who was behind Su Yu, was dumbfounded. Even someone as strong as Shan Xiong and as formidable as Zhao Liang were easily annihilated without exception. Yan Changhong stared at Su Yu's powerful back, her heart filled with reverence and boundless gratitude. She bowed to him mournfully and said, I am indebted to you for your help. I am extremely grateful. She knelt down and kowtowed, her heart filled with extreme gratitude. He had tasted indifference, but he had received a helping hand from a stranger. It was like a ball of charcoal in the cold winter. It was unforgettable. A wisp of divine power helped her up. Deputy Cabinet Master Yen, there is no need for such formalities between us. Su Yu turned around and helped him up. At this moment, Yan Changhong finally saw his face clearly and exclaimed, Senior Su! Su Yu's name was well known in the turbulent region. Who didn't know him? He had completely killed the blade demon and snatched away the 2 marks of the white snow sword. He had become the second mysterious youth. Mu Songhai had speculated that this person's strength was likely to reach the level of a silver overlord. Moreover, she had once asserted that if she were to fight this person, the probability of her losing would be extremely high. After the surprise, Yen Changhong pondered over his words and slowly came to her senses. She asked in confusion, "Senior Su knows me?" Su Yu smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't recognize me now that I've changed my name and identity?" "Ah," Yen Changhong gasped. "It's really you, Shuiyu?" She couldn't believe her ears. She had also speculated about the relationship between Su Yu, who had suddenly appeared, and Shuiyu. However, in just one night, the 2 of them were 2 levels apart. How could she believe it? If she knew that Su Yu was on his way to becoming an overlord, what would she think? Su Yu nodded with a smile and passed a few wisps of vitality to her, helping her to recover from most of her injuries. "Heal your injuries at the side. I will take a look at the cabinet master's injuries first." Su Yu squatted down and examined Mu Songhai's injuries seriously. After checking, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, aside from injuries, there are no other stubborn illnesses. As long as there is enough vitality, it should not be too difficult." He sat cross-legged and placed his right hand on top of Mu Songhai's head, transferring a huge amount of vitality into him. The injuries on Mu Songhai's body slowly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His internal injuries were also slowly being healed. Not long after, Mu Songhai regained consciousness. Su Yu's face entered her vision. She was slightly startled at first, then sighed. "So it really is you, Shuiyu." She struggled to get up, but Su Yu held her down and said, "Cabinet mistress, don't be impatient. You'll need a cup of tea's time to heal your internal injuries." He continued to infuse it with vitality. This process seemed easy, but it was actually quite strenuous. The undying heart was beating rapidly, consuming Su Yu's physical strength. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale. Yen Changhong watched from the side, her heart filled with emotions. Mu Songhai had been given the cold shoulder all his life. No matter how he endured, what he got was not forgiveness. Like Xiao Liang, Su Yu was the only one who was willing to help them when they were in trouble. Mu Songhai said, "Should I call you Su Yu or Shuiyu?" "Su Yu, that's my real name," Su Yu said. Mu Songhai paused for a moment and said, "I've long suspected that a small place like Twin Star Island could give birth to an outstanding talent like you. Now, it seems that you might be an expert above me." She hit the nail on the head and pointed out that Su Yu was the one who had taken over his body. Now that things had come to this, Su Yu didn't deny it. He said, "Cabinet Master Mu, you're overpraising me. Before I seized this body, I was a mortal fairy of the 4th realm. I'm not considered an expert. My age is similar to Shuiyu's, so I'm not considered an expert." Mu Songhai was moved. She had thought that Su Yu was possessed by some old monster. Who would have thought that it was actually a youth in his early 20s? She said, "You are a genius of peerless talent. Back then, it was my honor to invite you to the Sword Pavilion to be the Vice Pavilion Master." Mu Songhai couldn't help but feel admiration when he thought of this astonishing masterpiece of the language of the 10,000 races. "You flatter me." So you said. A cup of tea's time had passed. Mu Songhai's injuries had mostly recovered, so he retracted his life force. Mu Songhai looked at Su Yu and said with emotion, "Actually, you didn't have to save me." Su Yu said, "Cabinet Master Mu, you have done me and the Shui family a favor. I once said that I would repay your kindness. Now that I'm helping you and Vice Pavilion Master Yen, I'm fulfilling my promise. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for them to cross paths again in the future." Mu Songhai had a gratified smile on her lips. I didn't misjudge you. The promise I made to you is still valid. After the ancient dream altar, meet me alone. I want to tell you about the black-gray stone and some things in private. Su Yu was curious. This was the second time Mu Songhai had reiterated it. What exactly was it that made Mu Songhai so cautious that he had to wait until after the ancient dream altar? All right, then what do you plan to do next, Cabinet Master Mu? Su Yu asked. Mu Songhai frowned and said, I still have to confirm some things. You don't have to worry about us. His tone was rather mysterious. What did he confirm at the ancient dream altar? With doubts, Su Yu cupped his hands. Then, Cabinet Master, I'll make a move first. Yan Changhong said, Wait, what are you going to do? Su Yu said, Solve some problems. He looked beyond the sky and said, It should be about time, right? Countless mountains and rivers away, Shan Xiong returned to Bai Shuejian's side alone. Bai Shuejian stepped on a still, warm corpse, blood flowing from the small circular sword. He gently brushed away the blood, his gloomy face looking exceptionally gloomy. Why are you the only one who came back? Bai Shuejian asked without turning his head. Shan Xiong said, Big brother, someone asked me to pass a message to you. Bai Shuejian turned back and stared at Shan Xiong. Who is it? What message? Shan Xiong was silent. Without saying a word, he pulled out his long knife and slashed at Bai Shuejian without warning. Bai Shuejian raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? Shan Xiong did not say a word. He used all his strength and attacked Bai Shuejian at all costs. Creak! In a moment of carelessness, the skin on Bai Shuejian's cheek was pierced. A deep fury overflowed from Bai Shuejian's cheeks like a flood. Die! Bai Shuejian's small circular sword instantly pierced through Shan Xiong's head. Just like everyone else he had killed, his divine soul was destroyed. However, before the small sword pierced through his soul, his soul was destroyed before it could. Immediately after, the heaven and earth bell rang, and a familiar scene appeared. Shan Xiong is eliminated. On the screen, the scene of Bai Shuejian killing Shan Xiong with a single sword appeared. But immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. Su Yu is ranked second. It was clearly Bai Shuejian who killed Shan Xiong. Why was it Su Yu who was ranked first? What the heck? Did the ancient dream altar make a mistake? It shouldn't be. The ancient dream altar was designed very strictly. How could there be such a loophole? Could this be Su Yu possessing an innate divine technique to snatch the brand? He could snatch Bai Shuejian's brand from a great distance away. Haha, this Su Yu, is he addicted to snatching Bai Shuejian's brand? He even managed to snatch it this time. He's too arrogant. Everyone had their own guesses. Only Bai Shuejian knew the reason. Shan Xiong's soul was being controlled. At the last moment, it was Su Yu who detonated Shan Xiong's soul. Hence, the brand belonged to Su Yu, not him. This was the third time Bai Shuejian's brand had been snatched away. Moreover, it was getting more and more rampant each time. Bai Shuejian laughed. His whole body trembled as he laughed. His laughter was deranged and sinister, as if it came from the underworld. Su Yu, I want you to die a horrible death. At that moment, the image of Su Yu, the owner of the brand, appeared in the sky. At that moment, all the creatures in the area were paying attention. In the image, Su Yu stood on the peak of a mountain. The breeze blew his silver hair and lifted his robe. The ice crystal crown on his head shone brightly under the sun. He stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking all the creatures in the world like a king. At that moment, through the image, he was facing all the creatures in the area, as well as Bai Shuejian. The fallen temple, the peak of the stone forest, come quickly to accept your death. The indifferent and magnificent words were domineering and majestic, like a command from a superior. The hearts of the people in the area trembled. As they stared at the figure, they felt as if they were really looking at the king of the world. Bai Shuejian looked at the image coldly, the corners of his mouth cracking into a sinister smile. Good, good, good. Suyu, I want you dead. Boom! Bai Shuejian swept forward violently, bringing with him a powerful explosive sonic boom. The nearby creatures, caught off guard, were all sent tumbling to the ground by the sonic boom. Wherever he passed, mountains crumbled, rivers stopped flowing, ancient trees were destroyed, and living creatures fled. From afar, it looked like a terrifying demon king had appeared. In an instant, the entire area was in an uproar. What? Su Yu challenged Bai Shuejian? Does Su Yu not know how terrifying Bai Shuejian is? His sword rarely leaves anyone alive, and he still couldn't intimidate Bai Shuejian? Hiss! Su Yu is really unfathomable. I reckon that he might not have used his full strength to kill the knife demon. Indeed, it seems like this Su Yu is also a heaven ruler who does not show himself. What are you all talking about? Aren't you all going to take a look? A duel between two heaven rulers isn't something you get to see every day. The people of the area all put down what they were doing and rushed toward the fallen shrine to witness the duel between the two heaven rulers. The strong men near the fallen shrine had already arrived, choosing the best spots to watch the duel from afar. If I can witness the duel between the two of them and gain some insight, this trip will not be in vain. On a nearby mountain, a young man at the level of a bronze overlord had a look of deep anticipation. On the same mountain, there was an old man with a pale face. He said, how could it be so easy? Bai Shuejian has been famous for a long time. Even the people of the South Sea have heard of him. What right does Su Yu have to challenge Bai Shuejian? A woman also said that's true. Bai Shuejian has the battle record of killing a gold overlord, but Su Yu has never heard of it. His strength is not that high. The reason he dares to challenge Bai Shuejian is probably because a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Chapter 1682. On another mountain, under a pine tree, next to a stream, a beautiful young girl was setting up a small table under the tree. She then moved a small stool over and placed melon seeds and spirit fruits on it. She then said blankly, "Aunt, the stool, melon seeds, and spirit fruits are all ready." A beautiful woman sat down lazily and placed her straight and round legs on the small table. She then started munching on the melon seeds happily. Enjoy the scenery, enjoy the people, and enjoy the show. Such a leisurely life is really wonderful. The young girl blankly sat on a small stool, hugging a bright red spirit fruit and munching on it. She mumbled, "Auntie, do you think that dashing big brother we met will win, or that white-faced clown?" They were Chi Kuin and her niece, whom they had met in the mist. The beautiful woman stretched her body lazily and said casually, "It's probably the white-faced clown. I noticed that he has the bloodline of the Cyclops. Although it's rare, it's still the bloodline of the Ecliptic Palace's Pathmaster. If it's activated, his power will increase greatly." The young girl took a bite of the spirit fruit and said gloomily, "But I want the handsome brother to win." The beautiful woman poked the space between her brows. "Little girl, are you thinking about love? Which part of him is handsome?" As she recalled Su Yu's silver hair and handsome face, the beautiful woman corrected herself and said, "Well, it seems like he is a little handsome." She thought for a moment and said, "He is a handsome lad, so it's not like he has no chance of winning." She slightly furrowed her brows, and her expression became serious. "I don't know why, but I always feel that this lad is very mysterious and unusual." Like the ancient corpse behind him? The young girl was a little happier, but she still didn't put down the spirit fruit and continued munching on it. The beautiful woman nodded uncertainly. "Maybe. Anyway, this lad gives me a very strange feeling." The young girl beamed with joy. "That's good. Even I can't see through him, so he must be very powerful." Suddenly, the beautiful woman looked into the distance. She pouted her lips and said, "Your brother Carefree is here." The young girl immediately put down the spirit fruit and looked in the direction of her gaze. Her eyes lit up. "It's really the handsome brother. Wow, he's so handsome. Some experts also sensed the abnormality in the distance and looked in that direction. At the end of the world, there was a boundless green forest. A cool breeze brushed past, and the ancient trees swayed. From afar, it looked like the waves of the blue sea, and it was like a poem. A silver-haired young man in plain clothes and a crown on his head slowly walked over, stepping on the blue waves. Staring at this scene, countless people were stunned on the spot. The person and the scenery were compatible, the meaning and the Tao were in harmony. It was exceptionally beautiful. The beautiful woman clicked her tongue in wonder. This child seems to have a very deep will of the great path. Even a casual move of his seems to have the shadow of the great path. The young girl blinked. Auntie, are you saying that he might be the one with the sacred mortal body that was born in this part of the sea? The beautiful woman shook her head. If we were lucky enough to encounter a sacred body of mortal fetus, why would we hide here? The girl nodded in agreement. Suyu was like an ancient fairy who had just walked out of a poem. He stepped on the blue waves and arrived at the highest hill near the fallen divine palace. This was the place where he would fight Bai Shuejian. Floating down, Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. Regardless of how the onlookers looked at him or how they discussed him, Suyu turned a blind eye to them. His state of mind was very calm, or rather, there were no fluctuations. This calmness seemed to be contagious. With him as the center, it spread in all directions. The incessant discussion gradually stopped. They quietly watched Suyu, watching the young man who was like an emperor. In the distance, a faint rumble could be heard. That wisp of sound was like a stone falling into a calm lake, splashing waves of ripples and shattering the silence. Suyu gently opened his eyes, not looking at the source of the sound. He just silently took out the Shura sword and placed it flat on his knees. The onlookers were like a flame that had been ignited, boiling over again. Everyone looked expectantly at the source of the sound. 10 billion miles away. Bai Shuejian. One man, one sword. The strong men with vision followed the sound and probed a radius of 10 billion miles. The crowd was excited. Soon, in a battle between two great men, will Suyu, the dark horse, be stronger, or will Bai Shuejian be able to avenge himself? I'm so excited. 5 billion miles away. The strong men with vision announced in a loud voice. At this moment, they could clearly hear the deafening sound. Bai Shuejian was coming. 2 billion miles away. The voice of the strong men with vision was a little unsteady. It was unclear whether it was because he was excited or because his voice was too high. Bai Shuejian came very quickly, just like everyone's impatience. 1 billion miles away. The strong men with vision shouted. Without his reminder, everyone could already judge the distance of Bai Shuejian based on the volume of the voice. 100 million miles away. The strong men with vision shouted for the last time, because the earth-shattering roar had completely covered all the sounds present. His voice could no longer be heard, and it was no longer needed. At the end of the world, there was already a strange phenomenon. All they could see was a ball of flame burning between heaven and earth. The space around the flame collapsed, and the divine power was emptied. The drastic change in the atmosphere caused a strong wind to suddenly blow, blowing the clouds in the sky rapidly. Looking up, the sky had already turned into a vast sea. White clouds were flying, and shadows were falling on the ground. The change in weather was so high that it made people feel inexplicably depressed. It was as if this was the end of the world. The flame approached quickly. Everyone held their breath, staring at the approaching flame without blinking. 50,000 feet. The oppressive aura made many of the weaker martial artists retreat. Even the experts were filled with awe and veneration. 30,000 feet. An even more majestic aura was mixed in with a loud, rumbling sound, pressing down on everyone's hearts. The average martial artists could not withstand the violent changes in the blood in their bodies, and they retreated with flushed faces. 10,000 feet. The sonic boom was like a meteorite crashing into the ground, causing explosive damage. The weaker martial artists and the average martial artists who could not retreat in time all vomited blood. Even the top martial artists had to use their divine power to barely withstand the terrifying pressure. 10,000 feet. The fireball stopped. Everyone had to focus their eyes to see through the details of the flame. It was Bai Shuejian. He had white hair, a white robe, and a white face. Only his lips were bright red like blood. At this moment, his body was burning with an unknown flame, as if it came from the depths of his blood. If Su Yu, who was on the mountain peak, was the emperor of the world, then Bai Shuejian at this moment was the emperor of flames. One was relaxed like a poem or a painting. The other controlled destruction and killed like blood. Two extreme concepts, two extreme martial artists, facing off in front of the hill in the fallen divine temple. Their eyes met in the air, and the collision created frightening sparks. The onlookers' hearts suddenly tensed. No matter how reckless they usually were, they all tensed up at this moment. No one dared to speak at this moment, because at this moment, this place only belonged to the two martial artists. There was no room for outsiders. The strong wind howled, and all was silent. Heaven and earth were silent. Time was silent. Time stopped at this moment. Space was frozen at this moment. For them, for the two martial artists, a stage that belonged solely to them. We finally meet, Su Yu. Bai Shuejian's cold eyes shot out from the flames. It was like the ancient cold air from the incredible ice lake, making everyone feel cold. The martial artists present all wrapped themselves with divine power. Without divine power, the mountains, plants, rivers, and earth were all frozen in an instant. All because of a cold gaze. It was so powerful that it could project all things with a single thought. The cold ice rapidly spread from the foot of the hill, turning the green mountain into ice. It also wanted to freeze Su Yu within. Su Yu slowly got up, like a falling leaf, relaxed and elegant. His formless gesture released a warm and peaceful atmosphere. The ice and snow on the frozen hill beneath his feet instantly melted away, and warmth returned. The rest of the frozen areas were also restored. The two completely opposite moods made the martial artists present feel like they were in a world of ice and fire. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. Just the thought alone was unbearable. How terrifying would it be if they were to fight? Bai Shuejian took a step forward, the flames beneath his feet burning the ground. He spat out a cold sentence. "Are you ready to pay the price?" Su Yu's palm sucked, and the Azura sword flew into his hand. He took a step down the hill. "I should ask you the same question. Have you thought about the warning I gave you?" Everywhere he passed, withered trees would come to life, and withered grass would grow again. Bai Shuejian continued to step forward, his footsteps quickening. His eyes were filled with concentrated murderous intent. "I, Bai Shuejian, never accept warnings from anyone. Only I can warn others." Su Yu held his sword as he walked forward, stepping on the flowers and trees like the wind. "Except for me. You are not an exception." Bai Shuejian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with madness and suppressed murderous intent. "You stole my imprint, and I'll pay with your life." Flowing light sword style, ultimate style, silence. Bai Shuejian spat out the words coldly. On a mountain, a starry cabinet master's expression changed drastically. Flowing light sword style. Could it be the true legacy of the hidden sword divine warrior, the #1 sword saint of the starry cabinet? Beside him was another low-key cabinet master. His expression was extremely serious. Unbelievable. Bai Shuejian has cultivated this sword style to the ultimate style, silence. I remember this sword technique has been displayed in the headquarters for 3 million years, and no one has ever cultivated it to the top. The previous cabinet master agreed. It's more than just the top. The previous heaven's chosen one, Jian Wuhen, with an innate sword constitution, had only cultivated to the 8th style. But Bai Shuejian has cultivated to the 9th style, the ultimate style. The silent style, it's fine when it's not used, but once it's used, heaven, earth, and man will perish. Only I will not perish. The cabinet master's eyes were filled with deep respect. When his gaze fell on Suyu, it was filled with pity. What a pity, the fall of a chosen one. Suyu's expression was calm, both hands gripping his sword. The 3rd style of the demonic sword, boundless demonic gate. The majestic voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Shreds of pitch-black light encircled the azure sword. The sword pointed to the sky, commanding the demons. A sword of silence, a sword like a demon. 2 ultimate sword techniques collided in time and space. Chapter 1683. Rumble, it was too fast. Only a few people could clearly see the afterimages of the 2 swords before they heard a violent roar. A huge, rotating mass of air, with the 2 swords as the center, rapidly expanded in all directions. Anything that was sucked into the mass of air, regardless of what it was destroyed by the powerful sword energy of the 2 swords. Run! Even the bronze overlord's eyebrows were twitching, fleeing far away, not daring to come into contact with the huge mass of air. In the blink of an eye, the mass of air expanded to 10 times its original size, pulverizing the mountain peak that Suyu had been standing on. The ghastly aftermath shocked everyone's eyeballs. Hiss! Terrifying sword techniques. Both of their abilities have reached the peak of the Silver Overlord. Didn't they say that Suyu's abilities were mediocre? How could he have such a huge battle with Bai Shuejian? It should be due to Bai Shuejian's flowing light sword, right? Most people still firmly believed in Bai Shuejian's abilities. After all, he was famous. The powerful mass of air only gradually came to a stop after a long time. The dust that had been tossed into the air fell like a torrential downpour, piling up hundreds of feet high on the ground. But there was one place where the dust could not reach. When it landed, it was automatically repelled by the terrifying aura. Because of that, the crowd could clearly see that place. They could only see 2 blurry divine figures standing amidst the raining dust. A man and a sword, facing each other 10 feet apart. The world was silent. Only the rustling of the dust could be heard. I think. Bai Shuejian won? Someone said in shock, his voice trembling, showing his inner uncertainty. I think so. The 2 perfectly unharmed figures made it impossible for them to judge. It seems like it was a draw. But Bai Shuejian probably did not use his full abilities, an old man said, stroking his beard. Hearing this, the onlookers came to their senses, nodding their heads after some thought. That's right. Bai Shuejian has a strange constitution. Back then, he used this item to kill the Golden Overlord. The draw must be because Bai Shuejian did not use his full strength. If I were Suyu, I would stop immediately before Bai Shuejian is completely enraged. Otherwise, later on, humph. Under the pine tree, the young girl rubbed her eyes and said in a daze, Aunt, Brother Elegant is so powerful. He can even defeat the bloodline of the Cyclops. Aunt's interest waned. She curled her lips and said, how boring. It ended so quickly. The 2 of them aren't even on the same level. Bang. Only they could see that not only did Bai Shuejian not hold back, he even used his full strength. In the instant that the 2 of them exchanged blows, Bai Shuejian's one-eyed giant bloodline suddenly erupted in an unseen moment. Bai Shuejian's cultivation instantly soared to the Golden Overlord rank. The strange thing is that brat. He seems to have used some sort of method. The pretty woman stared at Suyu with great interest. I don't know why, but it seems like the Dragon Emperor's aura has just flashed by. The girl blinked her eyes and said with a nod, yes, when they were fighting, Brother Elegant's arms that were holding the sword turned into dragon claws, which increased the power of the sword by 10 times. Otherwise, Brother Elegant might not have been able to defeat the one-eyed giant bloodline. The pretty woman's interest grew. Little Silver, since you saw it with your divine eyes, it can't be fake. This brat is hiding an item of the Dragon Emperor. And it's not just an ordinary item of the Dragon Emperor. No wonder I can't see through him. That's not strange. The pretty woman chuckled. However, the divine dragon race is not to be trifled with. This little human has taken an item of the divine dragon race. It might not be a good thing. On the field, everyone was discussing. They had almost unanimously confirmed that both sides were tied. Yes, it was because Bai Shuejian had gone easy on Suyu. That was why Suyu was able to achieve a tie. However, what they did not notice was that the furious Bai Shuejian had regained his composure. He was no longer as furious as he was in the past. Instead, he was shocked. If one looked closely, they would realize that 3 of the black lines on his chest had disappeared in an instant. In other words, in exchange just now, Bai Shuejian had died 3 times. It was the ancient dream, sacrificial altar that had saved him 3 times. Surnamed Su, this old man advises you to get lost obediently. You are no match for Bai Shuejian. Haha, what an exciting battle. Little friend, even though you won unfairly, you can leave with pride for being able to fight Bai Shuejian to a draw. Listen to my advice and stop here. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Bai Shuejian felt even more embarrassed. His expression became increasingly gloomy. He was the one who was no match for Bai Shuejian, not Suyu. However, seeing that so many people thought that he had one, Bai Shuejian simply took the opportunity to get out of the situation. He retreated and coldly snorted at Suyu. Suyu, let's stop here. There is no need for us to continue fighting. His tone made it seem as if he had spared Suyu's life. Suyu held the Azura sword and laughed without saying a word. Bai Shuejian's hair stood on end, but he refused to admit defeat. He shouted, "Stop! Do you really want to have a serious fight with me?" Hearing this, the onlookers looked at him with disdain. "TSK, that Su really doesn't know his place. After all, he was a heaven ruler in the past. I can see that Bai Shuejian is much more magnanimous. It is rare for him to meet his match." Even the easily angered Bai Shuejian tolerated Suyu's misdeeds and gave him a chance to cultivate again. But Suyu really doesn't know what's good for him. Suyu really won't give up until he sees his coffin. Bai Shuejian, we support you. Let's have another fight. Yes, your reputation is like thunder in our ears. Don't give this ignorant latecomer a chance to climb all over you. Bai Shuejian's face was burning. It was not that he did not want to fight again, but that if they fought again, he would give himself away. He did not want the prestige that he had built up over the years to be destroyed in a single fight. Cough! Brother Su, did you hear that? Let's stop here, Bai Shuejian said seriously. Suyu walked over slowly, an indifferent smile on his face. When he was 1,000 feet away, Suyu calmly said, "What if I say no? Do you really want to force me?" Bai Shuejian felt a little embarrassed. Suyu said, "When we were at the peak of the mountain, I warned you. But you felt that no one had the right to warn you. So you mobilized the people of this region to search for me. Do you really think I can let it go just because you say so?" Bai Shuejian gripped the circular thin sword in his palm tightly and yelled, "Don't push me too far! You're the one who forced me. I have to knock you off the ancient dream altar." Suyu said calmly. Swish! Suyu's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, his arms had turned into golden dragon arms. He held the Azura sword and slashed down fiercely. Bai Shuejian's face changed drastically. He hurriedly used the circular thin sword to defend himself. At the same time, an extremely powerful and strange force gushed out from his bright red lips and enveloped his entire body. The two collided again. Bang! This time, Bai Shuejian was sent flying like a fallen leaf. His arms were shattered by the great force of the Azura sword. The strange, circular, thin sword flew out of his hand and was swept up into the sky. Wah! A mouthful of snow-white divine blood spilled into the sky. covering half of the blue sky and everyone's eyes. Bai Shuejian was actually defeated. He did not hold back and used his powerful physique, but he was still defeated without any suspense. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't Bai Shuejian hold back, and Su Yu was barely able to fight him to a draw? Why did this happen? Swish! Su Yu did not stop. With the yin and yang energies on his back, he chased after him and struck another sword. Crack! This time, the brand on Bai Shuejian's chest lost dozens of black lines in a row. Bai Shuejian smashed into the distant mountain peak like a stone, sprinkling milky white divine blood along the way. His eyes were filled with fear, and his already pale face turned even paler. With a look of resentment, he fled into the distance. Unfortunately, that direction was the direction from which Bai Shuejian had come in with his domineering momentum. The traces of destruction left behind could still be seen on the ground. But after a few dozen breaths, he was covered in blood and was fleeing in a panic. The heaven ruler, who had once shaken the sea of constellations and single-handedly killed the golden overlord, was fleeing, all because of one person, Su Yu, an extraordinary genius who suddenly streaked across the sky of the sea of constellations like a comet. Su Yu, you have gone too far. Bai Shuejian's eyes were filled with resentment as he fled. Su Yu's expression was cold. When you were killing people to establish your authority, did you ever think that you had gone too far? What hatred do you have for those dead people? When you were searching for me, did you ever think that you had gone too far? Now, I have only destroyed a few of your brands, and you are already resentful? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu struck again with his sword. This sword once again cut off dozens of black lines from Bai Shuejian. The black lines that had been cut off naturally all fell into Su Yu's brand. At this point, there were as many as 90 black lines. With one more strike, he could take away dozens of black lines, reaching the number of 100 black lines. And once the number reached 100, the ranking competition in this area would be declared over. Su Yu's cold eyes flashed, and he struck again with his sword. Bai Shuejian, who had lost the small circular sword, was no match for Su Yu. This sword was unstoppable, but the resentment in Bai Shuejian's eyes did not diminish, and there was not much fear. It was very simple. This sword would not take his life. It would only take away some of the black lines. He would not die. Moreover, the remaining black lines would still be enough for him to rank second and successfully enter the central area. Once he entered and met up with the blood Guanyin, Su Yu would have to pay the price. He did not escape, but stared at Su Yu with a cold smile. His eyes were like a demonic beast from the underworld, exceptionally vicious. Ding! But at this moment, a Taoist robe appeared in front of Bai Shuejian without warning. The other party drew a Tai Chi circle in front of his chest. Su Yu's powerful sword was blocked when it struck the Tai Chi circle. Then, the Tai Chi circle rotated rapidly. The friction between the Shura sword and the Tai Chi circle created a series of sparks. Finally, with a clang, the Shura sword was repelled. The unexpected figure in the Taoist robe caused Su Yu's pupils to shrink. Just like that day, he could not capture the aura of the person in the Taoist robe. Huangfu Liang. Su Yu stared at him, his eyes filled with deep fear. He did not know why, but this person gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. Even though it didn't make him feel any danger, that unfathomable feeling lingered in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. Chapter 1684. Bai Shuejian was surprised, and pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands at the person in front of him. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life." He rolled his eyes. "Brother, Su Yu is a sinful man. Why don't you and I join forces to kill him? All the marks we get will belong to you. That way, both of us will be qualified to enter the altar." Huangfu Liang rubbed his chin, looking like he was considering. Su Yu's face turned cold. "If you can tell right from wrong, then get out of the way." He held the Azura sword and pointed it at Huangfu Liang. Huangfu Liang waved his hand, his robe fluttering as he smiled. "Do you think I'm an accomplice." "Then you?" Su Yu asked. Huangfu Liang waved his sleeves behind him and said, "I'm here to help the Star Pavilion clean up the mess." There was nothing in his sleeves, but Bai Shuejian, who was hiding behind him, had no time to react. He was hit by something invisible. Then, Bai Shuejian's whole body collapsed like a broken piece. The ancient dream altar had no time to react. Bai Shuejian was dead. The crowd was silent. They could not believe the scene before them. The genius of the Sea of Constellations, the future pavilion leader candidate of the Star Pavilion, had been killed? If he had been killed elsewhere, it would have been understandable. But this was the ancient dream altar. What kind of terrifying power could kill Bai Shuejian and leave the ancient dream altar with no time to react? Su Yu's pupils shrank. He had long felt that Huangfu Liang was terrifying. Now it seemed that he was more than terrifying. This person was so powerful that he was at least a golden overlord. Huangfu Liang did not turn his head. He grabbed the marks that had fallen to the ground and said, "Karma comes. Those who kill innocent participants should be prepared to face the same fate." Many people looked at Huangfu Liang, their eyes full of admiration. In terms of strength, Bai Shuejian was only a silver overlord. In the Sea of Constellations, there were many people who could kill him, but he was so vicious and evil. He killed entire clans and made towers of human skulls. Why did no one retaliate against him? The reason was simple. In the Star Pavilion, there was a pavilion master protecting him. This was a well-known fact in the Sea of Constellations. Huangfu Liang must have had great courage to kill him. Bai Shuejian eliminated. Huangfu Liang, second place. Huangfu Liang smiled at Su Yu. "Brother Su, it seems like both of us will have to represent this area and continue exploring the central area." Su Yu stared at him. Although he was wary of him, he did not hate him. Instead, he admired him. In terms of the way he conducted himself, he was in line with Su Yu's taste. "I still need more than 10 marks, Su Yu said. "That's easy." Huangfu Liang smiled. He waved his sleeve, and a row of Taoist masters' remnant marks appeared in front of him. "Come, come, come, Taoist masters' remnant marks. It's time to clear the inventory. 1 mark for 1 item. If you miss this shop, you won't get another one." Everyone was stunned at first. They could not compare this casual young man with the mysterious expert who killed Bai Shuejian in 1 move. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He had almost forgotten that he still had this move. Under the pine tree, the young girl opened her mouth wide. "Aunt, that little Taoist's moves seem to be the Taiji sect's yin-yang technique, right? The Sea of Constellations also has a branch of the Taiji sect?" The beautiful woman looked at the Taoist master with interest. She chuckled. "Why not? It's just that some of the branches of the Taiji sect are hidden very well. Ordinary people can't tell. It seems that the ancient dream altar this time is really interesting. Even this old man came over. No, I have to keep this as a souvenir." She took out the crystal and shone it at Huangfu Liang. Huangfu Liang seemed to have sensed it and glanced at the pine tree. This glance made Huangfu Lian's face change abruptly. He almost looked horrified. He looked again, but there was no one under the pine tree. It was as if the beautiful woman and the young girl had never appeared. If not for the small stool, the small table, and the unfinished apple, Huangfu Liang would have thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It's them. Did they also notice the abnormality in the Sea of Constellations? Huangfu Liang muttered to himself. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. The Taoist master's remnant marks were extremely popular. In just a few breaths, they were all snatched up. Huangfu Liang had obtained more than 10 marks. In addition to the one he had obtained from Bai Shuejian, he had more than 100 black lines. Boom! The heaven and earth rang continuously, deafening. The ranking competition has ended. First place, Huangfu Liang. Second place, Su Yu. Swoosh! The image shattered. turning into sparkling light that fell down. Among them, there were 2 sparkling pieces, shaped like the corners of an altar. They were extremely ancient. The pieces fell accurately into the hands of Su Yu and Huang Fulayang. A desolate, ancient aura rushed into their bodies through their palms. Su Yu's body immediately surged with divine energy, blocking the aura from affecting his state of mind. On the other hand, Huang Fulayang lowered his head to look at the pieces. His eyes were filled with a complicated expression. However, the complicated expression disappeared in a flash. He raised his bright eyes and looked at Su Yu. "Let's go. I think the strong fighters from the other 4 regions have already entered the central region." Huang Fulayang opened his palm. His pieces floated in the air. Su Yu's palm was hot. His pieces had sensed it. Su Yu opened his palm to take a look. His pieces emitted a faint light and flew out of his palm. They merged into one with Huang Fuliang's pieces, forming a triangular piece. The pieces rippled with a materialized rule. Seeing this, Su Yu's expression changed. Materialized rule. That was the work of the Path Master. The rule descended, engulfing Su Yu and Huang Fulayang. With a thought, Su Yu regained his footing. It had only been a breath's time. Su Yu had an illusion that he was still in the same place. However, when he opened his eyes, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. It was an extremely large ruin, and it was filled with ancient scars that had decayed for an unknown number of years. Wisps of the Path Master's aura filled the ruins. Su Yu was shocked. These are the remnants of the Path Master. In the 5 great regions, obtaining a Path Master's remnant was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But in the central region, the remnants of the Path Master were piled up everywhere, as if they were worthless. Su Yu was tempted. He opened the space of the Buddha beads on his wrist and started to plunder without restraint. The strange thing was that the remnants of the Path Master were extremely heavy. Su Yu couldn't even lift a single one of them with his space energy. Huang Fulayang rolled his eyes at Su Yu and said impatiently, "If the remnants of the Path Master were so easy to obtain, would they have waited for you? They have long been plundered by the people who have entered over the years." Su Yu's face turned slightly red. In Huang Fuliang's eyes, Su Yu was probably like a country bumpkin entering a city. "Cough, cough, that I was just practicing my space divine technique." "You misunderstood," Su Yu said shamelessly. Huang Fulayang rolled his eyes. He took the spinning triangular fragment in the air and broke it into 2 halves. He returned Su Yu's fragment and said, "The central region is more dangerous than the 5 great regions. Protect your fragment and don't let it be snatched away." Su Yu's eyes flickered as he asked, "What if it's snatched away?" Huang Fulayang pointed to the top of his head. "Eliminated." Su Yu shuddered. This item had just passed through Huang Fuliang's hands, but he hadn't taken the opportunity to snatch it away. "Thank you, brother Huang Fu." Huang Fulayang said, "Let's part ways here. I have some matters to attend to alone. Goodbye." Su Yu nodded, watching Huang Fulayang leave. Su Yu's eyes flickered as a 5-colored mark of the rules formed in his palm. The mark spun rapidly and pointed straight ahead. It was the center of the central region. Using the heavenly eyes, he could vaguely see a 2-story pavilion standing majestically in the center. The comprehension of the mark of the rules pointed straight to the pavilion, a calamity fairy. Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A distance of 100 million mountains and rivers. Su Yu had waited for this day for far too long. With a tap of his toes, Su Yu flew out like a flickering light and a passing shadow. Although he was anxious to find a calamity fairy, he hadn't lost his calm. He lowered his body and flew close to the ground in the ruins so as not to expose himself. An hour had passed. Su Yu was bewildered. A distance of 100 million mountains and rivers. With his flying speed, he should have reached the 2-story pavilion long ago. Why was he still in the ruins? Sensing that something was amiss, Su Yu stopped in his tracks. With a shift of his mind, he used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to teleport 100 million miles away. It turned out that he had teleported to the central region, but somehow he had returned to the same place. Did I enter someone's illusory spell? Or is there something strange about these ruins? Su Yu was bewildered. With a flash of determination, Su Yu took out some powder. As he flew, he sprinkled the powder along the way. In the end, he still returned to the same place, but everywhere he passed, Su Yu left his mark. Using the heavenly eyes to look down from above, Su Yu was surprised to find that the marks he left behind formed a Tai Chi pattern, and he was standing in the center of the Tai Chi pattern, the yin-yang fish eye. It's not an illusory spell. Su Yu ruled it out immediately. It was this strange ruin. Now it seemed that he was trapped in the Tai Chi pattern. Standing in the same place, Su Yu's mind was racing, thinking of a way to escape. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions give birth to the 8 trigrams. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a lustful light. Everything originated from Tai Chi. Tai Chi was the beginning. In other words, if he could follow the evolution of Tai Chi, could he leave the Tai Chi pattern? However, yin and yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the key was in the word life. It was ever-changing, and the slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. And how did the 4 divisions give birth to the 8 trigrams? The changes were even more mysterious. It was difficult to grasp the essence of it unless one was a Taoist. Su Yu had never studied the way of Tai Chi, so how could he understand its mysteries? Just as Su Yu was thinking, he suddenly thought of Huangfu Liang. Under the heavenly eyes, there was no trace of Huangfu Liang. He had successfully left the Tai Chi pattern. Looking at Huangfu Liang's attire, he should be a Taoist. It was not difficult for him to leave the Tai Chi pattern. If he followed Huangfu Liang's footsteps, wouldn't he be able to find a way out? Su Yu focused his eyes again, using the heavenly eyes to its fullest. Time and space reversal. The heavenly eyes revolved the power of time and space at the same time, condensing time and space to flow backward. The Tai Chi pattern immediately changed. Faintly, Huangfu Liang's traces could be seen walking in the Tai Chi pattern with extremely mysterious steps. Sometimes he retreated, sometimes he turned left, and sometimes he retreated. His steps were complicated and varied, and the two were dazzled. In just half an incense stick's time, Huangfu Liang had reached the edge of the Tai Chi pattern. Huangfu Liang's feet changed thousands of times. If Su Yu were to test them one by one, he wouldn't be able to leave in 100 years. Taking a light breath, Su Yu followed Huangfu Liang's footsteps and walked step by step. He had only spent half an incense stick's time, but Su Yu had spent a whole incense stick's time. That was twice as long as him. Su Yu finally reached the edge of the Tai Chi pattern. One step forward, and he would leave the Tai Chi pattern. Just as Su Yu was about to imitate Huangfu Liang and step out with the mysterious steps, the 2 yin-yang fish eyes of the Tai Chi pattern suddenly changed. Chapter 1685. Su Yu's expression changed drastically, but he remained calm and did not move. He clearly remembered that when Huangfu Liang took the last step, he also walked according to a strict method. Now that the Taiji diagram had changed, Huangfu Liang's step could no longer be imitated. Otherwise, it would return to the Taiji diagram. Therefore, Su Yu did not make a move, and his mind was quickly thinking, why would the Taiji diagram change? Had there been some unforeseen event? Just as Su Yu was deep in thought, the yin-yang fish eye of the Tai Chi pattern suddenly brightened and dimmed. Shortly after, the Tai Chi pattern started rotating rapidly, and Su Yu was also being rotated. In the center of the Taiji diagram, a black and white hole appeared. A massive amount of yin and yang qi immediately gushed out from within. At the same time, a majestic suction force rushed out from the yin and yang qi, engulfing the entire range of the Tai Chi pattern. Su Yu had a bad feeling about this, so he clenched his teeth and took a risk to take a step outside. There was no suspense in the outcome. The wrong step didn't cause Su Yu to leave the Tai Chi pattern. Instead, it caused him to return to the center of the pattern. The suction force immediately grabbed Su Yu and engulfed him. Su Yu was speechless as he asked the heavens. From the looks of it, the Taiji diagram would clean up the impurities on it every once in a while. Su Yu's luck was bad. He was just a step away from leaving, but he was eliminated. Su Yu's body fell rapidly, and before long, he was submerged in ice-cold water. The suction force above his head gradually dissipated, and the two large openings were quickly sealed, cutting off Su Yu's hope of escaping. As Su Yu looked around, it was pitch black. However, what surprised Su Yu the most was that there were living creatures in the pitch-black darkness. Who is it? Su Yu's divine energy surged and turned into a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. He discovered that he was in an ice-cold pond, and not far in front of him was a dry stone platform. This was the interior of the Taiji diagram. It was not wide. Sigh, another unlucky guy. A sigh entered his ears. He glanced sideways and saw a young man in tattered clothes leaning on the stone platform. Su Yu recognized this person. He was Wu Xia, a young elite from the South Sea, who had come to participate in the ancient Dream Altar. He was quite powerful, and in terms of fame he was only slightly weaker than Bai Shuejian. Even among the Silver Overlords, he was a rarely seen expert. Wu Xia. Su Yu was not too afraid of him. Ah, Su Yu? Another exclamation was heard, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, it was an exceptionally delicate and pretty woman. Lan Yu, why are you here? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Lan Yu's cultivation was only at the first heaven of the Grotto World Venerables. It was incredible that she was qualified to enter the central region. Lan Yu looked at Wu Xia. She did not get too close to Su Yu, and she seemed a little distant. I did not expect you to come to the central region, she said. What a surprise. It seems like your luck is not bad. The region that you were allocated to does not have any strong martial artists, right? Su Yu nodded. Yes, I was lucky. There really aren't any experts worth fighting. Like I said, Lan Yu had a knowing expression on her face as she asked, Have you seen Big Brother by Shuejian? With his strength, he will definitely come. There's also Big Brother Shanxiong and Big Brother Xiaowei. How many of them have you met? To be exact, Su Yu had seen all of them. However, it was a pity that they had all been eliminated by Su Yu and none of them had come. Bai Shuejian didn't even survive. Miss Lan, now is not the time to talk about this, right? How much do you know about the Tai Chi pattern? Su Yu changed the topic. Lan Yu blinked her eyes, then asked, What Tai Chi pattern? We were walking in the ruins when we were suddenly sucked in by a suction force that appeared on the ground. It's been a few days, but we still haven't figured out a way to leave. They did not even know about the Tai Chi pattern. Hey, Su Yu, just tell us what you know. Big Brother Wu Xie is here. If your information is useful, he might be able to bring us out, Lan Yu said. Her tone was very dismissive, as if she was looking down on Su Yu. In the past, she had called him Big Brother Su. Now, she was calling him by his name. Fortunately, Su Yu did not have a good impression of this woman, so he did not care about her attitude. He jumped onto the stone platform and said, The Tai Chi pattern is based on my observation. It exists in these ruins, and once you step into the ruins, it will be extremely difficult to get out. After saying this, Su Yu looked at the inside of the Tai Chi pattern. After staring for a long time, Su Yu stood at the edge of the cold pond, stroked his chin, and said, Have you explored the cold pond? The most mysterious place in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was the cold pond. For some reason, Su Yu felt that he had seen the cold pond somewhere before. TSK, if you can think of it, how could I not? Wu Xie grunted in disdain. Su Yu was silent, using his transparent eye to observe the bottom of the cold pond. The water was not deep, and he could see the bottom with a glance. There was nothing strange about it, and it looked like an ordinary cold pond. Just as Suyu was about to retract his transparent eye, he suddenly discovered a pattern at the bottom of the cold pond. The pattern was imprinted on the surface. Hence, without the ability to see through things, even if one were to step on it, one would not notice it. Looking at the pattern carefully, it looked like a miniature version of the ancient dream altar, but the pattern was not a mechanism. After observing it for some time, Suyu gave up. What he did not know was that after he moved his transparent eye away, the pattern flashed. Suyu's transparent eye scanned the surroundings. He scanned the walls, the cave, and every inch of it. He could not help but realize that there was no other exit. Stop looking. If you want to leave, you can only go back the way you came. Wu Xie said calmly. The way he came? How difficult would it be to escape from such a powerful yin and yang energy? Wait, suddenly, Suyu's mind had an idea. Where did the yin and yang energy come from? That thing could not have appeared out of thin air. Deep in thought, Suyu looked at the pond again. He scooped up some water and looked at it carefully. It was no different from ordinary water. Suyu, don't waste your energy. What can you do if even brother Wu Xie can't do? Lan Yu shrugged her shoulders, advising Suyu to give up. Suyu turned a deaf ear to her. He simply sat beside the pool and stared at it without blinking. When 2 incense sticks' time had passed, the calm lake water began to boil. The seemingly ordinary water evaporated into a ball of mist. The mist floated to the top, and the top sensed it, opening up 2 openings. Suyu's eyes flashed, staring at the mist carefully. He personally witnessed the strange transformation of the mist. A portion of it turned into yin energy, while another portion turned into yang energy. The 2 of them lingered at the 2 openings, creating a powerful suction force that swept down a pile of rubble from the outside world. Suyu's eyes lit up. I might have found a way to leave, Suyu muttered to himself. Wu Xie's eyes widened, staring at Suyu. What did you discover? Why don't you tell me? Suyu did not hide anything. It's simple. The yin and yang energies created a suction force. What if we cause the yin and yang to go haywire? Then it would create an opposing force. Wu Xie was deep in thought. Lan Yu retorted, How are you so sure? Ever since she became the heartless Saber Emperor, she had looked down on Suyu. At such a critical juncture, she questioned him without restraint. Suyu surveyed the surroundings calmly and said, This place wasn't formed naturally, but was created by someone. It seems like it was used for training purposes. Since the person who created this place was able to come here, couldn't he have set up a way to leave and trapped himself here? Continue. Wu Xie stared at Suyu, his eyes glinting. Suyu said, I was thinking that the way to leave might be to change the yin and yang energies. How? Do you have a way? Wu Xie looked at Suyu. Suyu thought for a moment, not hiding anything. He looked at Lan Yu. Since ancient times, men were yang while women were yin. If a man and a woman could communicate their divine thoughts, they could maintain the harmony of yin and yang, forming a new yin and yang. This yin and yang were the opposite of the yin and yang formed by the fog. If they appeared in opposite positions, it might mean that the yin and yang were in chaos. From there, they could change the sucking power into a spitting power. Wu Xie's eyes lit up, his eyes squinting. A man and a woman. There were 2 men and a woman present. In other words, one man was destined to stay behind. Ha ha ha. Wu Xie stood up, cupping his fists toward Suyu. If that is the case, I will have to trouble you to stay down there. Miss Lan and I will take our leave first. Lan Yu came back to her senses and looked at Suyu. After a moment of hesitation, she brushed past him and said indifferently, Suyu, since you have come to the central region, you should bear the risks that you deserve. Unfortunately, I can't help you. Brother Wu Xie, let's try using our souls to communicate, Lan Yu said. Wu Xie nodded, trying to achieve the yin and yang harmony that Su Yu had mentioned, forming a new yin and yang. They waited anxiously and expectantly. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pond water changed, releasing a fog. When the fog formed the yin and yang energies, the 2 of them stepped on the cold pond and flew over. They stood in opposite positions, appearing below the yin and yang energies of the fog. Indeed, everything was as Su Yu had predicted. The yin and yang energies formed by the fog were no longer a suction force. The 2 of them were overjoyed, immediately taking to the skies. But just as they were about to take to the skies, the yin and yang energies formed by the fog turned into a suction force again. The 2 of them who had just taken to the skies were sucked back, both falling into the cold pond. What's going on? Wu Xie asked. There was nothing more painful than falling from hope to disappointment. Lan Yu was also at a loss. What happened? Why is this happening? At that moment, Su Yu's thoughtful voice could be heard from behind them. And looks like my guess was right. This technique is not dangerous, but the yin and yang energies of a man and a woman are too weak, unable to change the yin and yang energies of the fog for too long. Su Yu calmly said, following which, he cupped his fists toward the 2 of them. Thank you for helping me scout the path. I shall take my leave first. Whoosh! A lump of yin and yang energies appeared above his head. Its density was much stronger than the yin and yang energies formed by the fog. He had cultivated the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, and the yin and yang energies in his body were extremely strong. Chapter 1686. Once his yin and yang energies appeared, the yin and yang energies formed by the fog immediately became chaotic. Not only did the suction force dissipate, it became a force that was being spat out. Suddenly, Su Yu was spat out. Wu Xie's eyes glowed as he grabbed Lan Yu and took a step forward. But Su Yu had left too quickly. After he left, the yin and yang energies above his head once again turned into a suction force. The 2 of them only had time to fly out halfway before they were stuck in the gap, being pulled back bit by the suction force. The 2's expressions changed drastically. Wu Xie looked at Su Yu, who had not flown far away, and anxiously shouted, "Brother, please help me!" But Su Yu did not even turn his head, pretending he did not hear him. I was inconsiderate just now, and neglected Su Yu. I hope you do not mind. Do not mind? Haha! If Su Yu was an ordinary person, would he not be trapped underground forever? He had kindly pointed out a way, but Wu Xie had turned against him and left him to die. Now he was asking Su Yu not to mind. Su Yu found it laughable. Even at this moment, Wu Xie was still looking down on him with a superior attitude, seeing him as an insignificant ant. Looking at Su Yu flying further and further away, Wu Xie anxiously said, "Brother, I am willing to make it up to you. As long as you are willing to pull us out, I will owe you a favor." Su Yu shook his head. He really thought highly of himself. He did not even care about Bai Shuejian. What was the value of a mere favor from Wu Xie? Seeing that Su Yu was ignoring him and was about to escape, Lan Yu anxiously bit her lip and shouted, "Brother Su, are you not going to save Yuer?" Underground. She had called him Su Yu. Now she was calling him Brother Su. Su Yu stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at her. "Do I need to save you?" Lan Yu blushed. "Brother Su, have you forgotten? You were the one who saved me from the corpse-loving dogs." At this moment, Su Yu suddenly realized something was amiss. It was as if Lan Yu had recognized him as Shui Yu from the start. Su Yu squinted. "You know I am Shui Yu." From head to toe, he was completely different from Shui Yu. Lan Yu said, "Big Brother Saber Emperor said that you are that detestable Shui Yu." She slightly changed heartless Saber Emperor's words and changed trash to Shui Yu. Of course, from the perspective of the motionless Saber Emperor, those who were inferior to him could be called trash. He saw through it. because of the ice coffin on my back? However, Su Yu was expressionless as he said, "Since Miss Lan has recognized me, I wonder what are your considerations for keeping me here?" Even though he recognized Su Yu, he still kept him there coldly. Moreover, he mercilessly allowed Su Yu to take the risk and let him fend for himself. Now he was asking Su Yu for help. Hee. Big brother Su, I was wrong. Can you spare me this time? Lan Yu pleaded pitifully. Big brother, Su always has a place in my heart. If you are willing to save me, I will forever remember your kindness. Su Yu stopped in his tracks, his mind recalling the scene of the gathering at the 100 pavilions. At that time, Lan Yu at least stood on his side and spoke for him. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu pointed his finger, and 2 wisps of yin and yang energy entered the gap. The suction force slowed, and the 2 of them took the opportunity to fly out. Su Yu calmly said, "Miss Lan, we don't owe each other anything. Take care." After saying this, he followed the footsteps left behind by Huang Fulayang and successfully walked out of the Tai Chi pattern. Wu Xie and Lan Yu immediately followed his footsteps and successfully walked out of the Tai Chi pattern. Having successfully escaped, Wu Xie and Lan Yu broke out in cold sweat. If they had not met Su Yu, they might have been trapped in this mysterious underground place. However, Wu Xie stared at Su Yu's aura, which had disappeared without a trace, and he had a vicious look on his face. Humph! He's lucky that he ran away quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off just based on how he left me in the lurch. Just as Su Yu had thought, Wu Xie looked down on Su Yu from the bottom of his heart, seeing him as an ant. An ant had saved him. Did he need to be grateful to an ant? There was no need. Saving him was a matter of course. Not saving him was a heinous crime. Even though Lan Yu had been saved, she did not feel good. She thought that her beauty was outstanding, and that she had mesmerized countless handsome geniuses, including the emotionless Saber Emperor. She was able to come here because she was coincidentally assigned to the same area as the heartless Saber Monarch. With his help, she was able to obtain countless brands and successfully enter the central region. However, Shuiyu, or rather, Su Yu, had never fallen in love with him. This was especially true when he said that he wanted to sever all ties with her. It was like a needle piercing into Lan Yu's heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. If Su Yu had pursued her or admired her, Lan Yu might not have cared. However, Su Yu had treated her so coldly and heartlessly, and she had taken it to heart. What is he? What right do you have to treat me like that? The more Lan Yu thought about Su Yu's merciless gaze, the more uncomfortable she felt. Wu Xie scoffed, "This man is indeed a piece of trash." A faint light flickered in Lan Yu's eyes. "Let's go and find Big Brother Wuching. Wasn't he lucky enough to enter the central region? What's so great about that?" Su Yu was completely unaware of this, and after he left, he did not venture forward again. If he encountered the Taiji yin-yang diagram again, it would be terrible. He stood on a boulder and released the eye of heaven to observe the situation in front of him. With such a broad field of vision, Su Yu really did discover some problems that were not easily discovered. He had discovered many hidden, frightening auras in the nearby regions. For example, in an inconspicuous lake 3 million miles away, there was a golden overlord living being. About 7 million miles away, there was a dilapidated spell that had a wide range, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Another example was 1,000 miles away, an ancient tree that occasionally revealed the frightening aura of a glazed crystal overlord. As Su Yu observed patiently, he discovered more and more hidden dangers. Almost every 1 million miles, there was a frightening existence. Half a day later, Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought that the Taiji yin-yang diagram was a coincidence, but now it seemed like the diagram was just the most harmless danger. The entire central region was covered in danger. If he barged in without knowing the danger, he might die on the way before he reached the tower. Su Yu analyzed the safe route. but after observing for a moment, his expression turned grave. Those dangerous regions usually covered a wide area. It was almost impossible to completely avoid all the dangers and reach the tower unobstructed. Let's try another region. Su Yu did not advance rashly, but walked around the periphery of the region. But no matter which angle he looked at, Su Yu could sense danger everywhere. Do I have to barge in? Su Yu's expression was solemn. It shouldn't be. If the original intention of the ancient dream altar was to prohibit all living beings from approaching the tower, then why would there be a need to painstakingly design an elimination mechanism in the 5 regions? Su Yu had always been very sure of his own judgment. With determination, Su Yu circled the periphery and flew for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, in the southwest corner, he found an abnormal situation that was completely different from the other angles. Peeping in from this direction, there was not a trace of danger. A long road paved with bluestone bricks meandered into the deepest part, extending straight towards the tower. After carefully confirming that there was no danger on this road, Su Yu walked onto the bluestone road with surprise. Stepping onto the road, Su Yu's body trembled slightly. A wave of vicissitudes of time rushed out from the depths of the bluestone road like a huge wave. Su Yu wanted to retreat, but the bluestone road under his feet had strangely turned into a muddy swamp. Su Yu's feet were deeply stuck in it, and he could not extricate himself for a moment. In an instant, the dust of time assaulted him. Su Yu was instantly submerged in the ancient aura of time. The dull, lonely, and depressing atmosphere pressed down on Su Yu. It was as if he had fallen into an endless period of time, alone. In other words, he had entered the perspective of an ascetic who had cultivated for endless years. What Su Yu saw was the experience of a certain ascetic. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been overwhelmed by this endless and boring life. But Su Yu had mastered the law of time when he first entered the martial path. Time was sped up 1,000 times, and one day was often 3 years. How boring was that? He was very familiar with the current situation. He was extremely patient, observing from the perspective of an ascetic. Time passed little by little. 1 day passed. 1 month passed. 1 year passed. 10 years passed. Su Yu felt that his whole body was covered with the dust of time. He had not spoken for 10 years, and the great mental pressure was enough to torture him to the point of insanity. Even Su Yu rubbed the space between his eyebrows, slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. The training of an ascetic was endless. When 100 years had passed, Su Yu had turned into a stone man. For 100 years, he did not speak, eat, drink, or move. How was he different from a stone man? The longest time Su Yu had sped up was not even 100 years. He felt that he was about to reach his limit and could no longer endure such a boring life. But this was not up to him. He was deeply immersed in time, unable to extricate himself. What was even more frightening was that Su Yu wanted to withdraw his thoughts and comprehend his own divine technique. But he could not close his eyes, and his thoughts were dragged along as he watched 100 years of dull time. If it was an ordinary person, he would have gone crazy. Su Yu had endured until now, completely beyond imagination. Just as Su Yu reached his limit, the scene in his field of vision suddenly changed. A deafening roar broke the silence of time. It was the owner of the field of vision. After a long period of comprehension, he finally had an epiphany. A wonderful sense of space welled up in him, and Su Yu also shared in the inspiration that came with the breakthrough in an instant. Su Yu, who had experienced countless breakthroughs, was overjoyed. He immediately shared this inspiration to comprehend his current bottleneck. Sure enough, with this breakthrough, Su Yu's speed of comprehension soared 100 times. The upper tier of the soul-devouring realm, which was difficult to comprehend in the past, once again had the inspiration to break through. As for the legacy of the demonic, soared limitless. He had comprehended it all the way to the 4th style. Su Yu was ecstatic. This was like a pie falling from the sky. At this moment, the inspiration dissipated. Su Yu was immersed in the inspiration of the soul-devouring realm, unwilling to back out. If he could take advantage of this opportunity, he would definitely be able to break through the shackles. But at this moment, an extremely cold feeling welled up in his soul. Su Yu's soul trembled, awakening from his enlightenment, and that faintly discernible inspiration, like a fleeting star, disappeared in the darkness. Su Yu was furious that his enlightenment was interrupted once again. "Sweetheart, don't be angry. If you don't leave now, you will be trapped in time, unable to extricate yourself." Su Yu opened his eyes, only to discover that he had appeared in the middle of the bluestone path. He was already 100 steps behind him. He suddenly woke up, lowering his head to look at his palm. There was a trace of cold energy left behind by the incredible ice crystal. Chapter 1687. At the crucial moment, he had interrupted Su Yu's enlightenment. If you continue to immerse yourself in it, you will be sealed in that ascetic's vision again. The next time, it won't be 100 years, but 1,000 years. Are you sure you can bear it? Feeling the mud beneath his feet, Su Yu did not dare to stay any longer. His body flickered as he returned to the bluestone path. Staring at the seemingly calm and safe bluestone path, Su Yu could not help but feel apprehensive. It seemed like there really was no such thing as a safe path. The bluestone path was extraordinarily dangerous. If he had not endured 100 years of boredom, his mind would have been damaged, and he would probably have remained on the bluestone path forever. Drip, the ice fell to the ground and melted into a line of words. That's not it. It was paved with the bones of a pathmaster. What you are seeing is the pathmaster's entire life's cultivation experience. The pathmaster's bones? Staring at the bluestone path, Su Yu was deeply surprised. Compared to the so-called pathmaster's remnant marks, the pathmaster's bones were 1,000,000 times more precious. However, looking at his cultivation from the pathmaster's point of view, Su Yu was deeply moved. Any peerless expert had to cultivate step by step to reach where they are now. They envied the pathmasters, but they had to endure the endless life of cultivation. Drip, with this enlightenment, I did not step on the bluestone path in vain. As expected of my lover, I am becoming more and more infatuated with you. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. I am ashamed that I could not endure a mere 100 years. I will not be able to endure the next 1,000, 10,000, or even 100 million years of cultivation. Drip, sweetheart, don't belittle yourself. At your age, to be honest, when you stepped onto the bluestone path, I thought you were dead for sure. I didn't expect you to be able to endure 100 years of bitter cultivation, and your soul wasn't damaged at all. It really surprised me. Unexpectedly, her evaluation of Su Yu's experience this time was unexpectedly high. "Oh, will my life be in danger?" Su Yu asked. "Drip? Of course, if I cannot endure 100 years of cultivation, my soul will sink into the bluestone path forever. My body will slowly rot, and I will eventually die. Really, this prince was already planning to find another handsome lover, but I didn't expect you to be able to pull through." The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. What happened to being infatuated with him? However, Su Yu was still very grateful to her. If she hadn't woken him up in time, he might have continued to sink into that 1,000 years of hard training. Tick-tock. To thank this king, I will repay you with my body. Su Yu felt disgusted. As Su Yu surveyed his surroundings, he saw a fallen leaf lying quietly in front of the bluestone path. It was exactly the same as when he arrived. It seemed like he had experienced 100 years of bitter cultivation, but in reality, it was only a short moment. What was slightly regretful was that he was still only one step away from mastery of the soul-devouring realm. However, the rewards were also extremely great. Demon Sword 4th Style, Demon Master dominates the world. Compared to the 3rd style, it was more profound and powerful. According to Su Yu's estimation, It would take him 3 years to comprehend the fourth style, even with the help of time acceleration. Without time acceleration, it would take 1,500 years. Comprehending this sword technique could be said to be an unexpected breakthrough. Roar. Suddenly, a violent roar shook the sky. Even from such a great distance, Su could sense the terrifying divine power in the roar. Is it the Golden Overlord's ferocious beast? Su's heart shuddered. Looking from afar, he could see masses of terrifying power swirling in the sky, and from time to time, the angry roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. Someone was fighting with a ferocious beast. Su's heart skipped a beat, and he looked over with his heavenly eyes. He discovered that 3 silver overlords had joined forces and were fighting a giant golden lion. The realm of the Golden Overlord was extremely powerful, and a casual swipe could bring life and death to the 3 silver overlords. One of the silver overlords' life was in danger, and it looked like he wouldn't live for long. The other 2 silver overlords were also clenching their teeth and holding on. However, although their cultivation levels couldn't match up to the lion, they carried many talismans that surpassed their cultivation levels. One of the talismans was extremely powerful, and it had inflicted a fatal wound on the lion. The seemingly ferocious lion was in fact an arrow at the end of its flight. It was uncertain who would die first. Are they trying to force their way through and reach the pavilion? Su muttered to himself, then made a decision and flew over with the tip of his toes. Roar! The lion let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the 2 silver overlords to stumble backward and vomit blood. "Rulon, give up!" a gentle-looking young man said to a woman who looked similar to him with a solemn expression. The woman looked determined. "Brother, it wasn't easy to come this far. Are you willing to give up? Father is already dead, and only the 2 of us are left to guard the Tianlan prefecture. If we can't reach the pavilion, get baptized by the Pathmaster, and become a golden overlord, the Tianlan prefecture will be devoured by others." The gentle-looking man's mouth was filled with bitterness, and his eyes gradually turned sharp. "Then let's fight." The brother and sister each took out a talisman that contained the Golden Overlord and activated it solemnly. "These are the only 2 Golden Overlord talismans left. You must attack its abdomen." There was a bloody hole the size of a small hill on the lion's abdomen, and it looked extremely terrifying. An enormous golden beast core could be vaguely seen there. The beast core was missing a corner, and it had obviously been damaged by the powerful talismans from before. If the remaining 2 golden overlord talismans could attack the beast core, they would definitely be able to successfully kill the lion. The brother and sister had a tacit understanding and separated to the left and right. One of them attracted the lion's attention, while the other thought of a way to teleport to the lion's abdomen and attack the beast core with the talismans. The lion was unable to look around and stared at the gentle-looking man. The golden fur on its body pierced the sky with golden light. The gentle-looking man retreated frantically, not daring to touch the golden fur at all. An attack from a golden overlord, even if it was an inconspicuous attack, was enough to put him in danger. After attracting the lion's attack, the gentle-looking man shouted, "Sister, quick!" The woman immediately tore a spatial talisman and teleported to the lion's abdomen in a breath. Without any hesitation, she crushed the talisman. However, to be able to cultivate to the Golden Overlord level, the lion's intelligence was so high that it surpassed many living beings. A human-like sneer flashed across its eyes. Just as the woman was about to crush it, endless demonic power shot out from the beast core without any warning. How powerful was the demonic power of a Golden Overlord? Only death awaited the woman. However, the woman's character was extremely tenacious. Knowing that she would die, she was fearless. Instead of retreating, she crushed the talisman. Boom! A terrifying explosion detonated near the lion's core. Roar! The golden lion let out a sorrowful roar. The colossal body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. As for the woman, she disappeared in the explosion of the demonic power and the golden talisman. Not even her bones were left. Rulon! The gentle-looking man roared tragically and rushed over to search for her. There was only devastation and ruins, and not even a scrap of his sister was left. No, the gentle-looking man roared to the sky. Suddenly, he looked up and found a silver-haired young man standing on top of his head, looking at him with a faint smile. "Sorry for disturbing you, sir. However, it is better to check on your sister's injuries first." Su Yu dropped the unconscious woman in his arms. The gentle-looking man was stunned. After seeing the woman clearly, he was ecstatic and rushed to the sky to catch her, his eyes filled with tears of joy. "Rulon, Rulon!" The gentle-looking man infused her with divine power, and the woman, named Rulon, gradually woke up. "Brother, why am I not dead?" Rulon looked around in confusion. The gentle-looking man thought of Su Yu and hurriedly bowed to him. "Thank you for saving my sister." He looked at Su Yu and was surprised to find that Su Yu was only a level 1 Cavern World Master. How did he save his sister at a critical moment? He knew that at that time, it was too late for him to rescue her. Su Yu was looking at the dying male lion, thoughtfully. He waved his hand without turning his head. "It's nothing. Why should I mention it? Don't worry about it." Rulon stared at Su Yu. She, who had recovered a little, asked suspiciously, "Did you save me with the space talisman?" Before she was knocked unconscious by the lion's demonic power, she vaguely felt a space power surrounding her. "Yes, I did use the space talisman." Su Yu did not admit that he was good at space magic. The gentle-looking man was relieved. "I am Tianjian from the Tianlong Mansion. This is my sister, Tian Rulon. May I know your name?" Su Yu had never heard of the Tianlong Mansion and thought it was some force in the sea of constellations. He said lightly, "Su Yu." Tian Rulon frowned slightly. Su Yu was too cold. "May I ask if you are also a winner of the elimination of the 5 regions?" Tian Rulon looked doubtful. It was hard to believe that a level 1 Cavern World Master could enter the central region on his own without the protection of a strong man. Su Yu did not bother to respond. He continued to look at the lion. After a long time, Su Yu turned around and said to the two of them, "I don't know if I can give this lion to you. I can give you something in exchange." "Huh." The brother and sister hesitated. Golden Overlord level ferocious beasts were rare in the outside world, and their materials were extremely valuable. Even with their status, they would be reluctant to give it to Su Yu. However, after a secret discussion, Tianjian laughed heartily and said, "Brother, you saved my sister's life. I will give this ferocious beast to you. There is no need to exchange it." Su Yu smiled. "Thank you." After saying that, he accepted the whole lion without hesitation. Tian Rulan's heart ached when she saw this. How much had they paid to successfully kill the lion? Their talismans were almost all used up. How could she feel at ease if she gave it away just like that? However, the person in front of her had saved her life, so there was nothing she could do about it. After accepting the lion, Su Yu touched his arm with his finger. Several waves of energy surged toward him. It was a branch of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood. In the hands of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, its value was far greater than that of a golden overlord ferocious beast. "I don't like to owe favors. This is just a token of my appreciation. Take it." Su Yu threw it over. Tianjin caught it and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Tian Rulon looked at it and did not recognize it. However, they were prejudiced by their first impressions. Su Yu's cultivation was so high, so how valuable could anything on him be? Tianjin did not like it, but he did not want to offend Su Yu. So he said, "Thank you." Su Yu nodded, cupped his fists, and said, "I will take my leave then." Tianjin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Little brother Su, do you plan to go to the pavilion?" Su Yu nodded. "That's what I was thinking." Then you might as well come with us. With your cultivation, it is not easy for you to enter the central area. Although the cultivation of the three of us is not the best, we should be able to bring you into the pavilion, Tianjian said kindly. Su Yu was stunned. They had barely managed to kill the gold-level ferocious beast. So how could they reach the pavilion? It seemed that they did not realize that the danger they had encountered was only the first, and it was not the most dangerous. The path they had chosen had no less than 10 gold-level ferocious beasts, and there was even a ferocious beast that was about to break through to the crystal overlord level. Chapter 1688. However, Su Yu appreciated his good intentions. After thinking about it carefully, Su Yu said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." With him around, even if they couldn't make it through, he could still save their lives. Tian Rilon was reluctant and complained, "Brother, how can you be so reckless? We don't know what dangers lie ahead, and the three of us can't even take care of them. Aren't you asking for trouble if we have to take a cave world master with us?" Tianjian sighed. "After all, he saved your life. If we can bring him along, we'll bring him along. Helping others is helping ourselves." Hearing that, Tian Rilon was very annoyed. Even if he had saved their lives, it was enough to give him a lion of the Golden Overlord level. Did he really think that the other party bought a lion with a piece of wood? However, Tianjian had already spoken, and Tian Rilon couldn't go back on her words. She could only turn her head and sulk. Su Yu saw this and found it funny. He said, "Let the companion of your faction master recover from his injuries. I have something to deal with." After saying that, Su Yu came under the tree and sat down with his legs crossed. His soul entered the Buddha bead space where the lion was kept. The breath of the golden lion was very weak. Su Yu stood in front of it with his hands behind his back. The weak eyes of the golden lion glanced at Su Yu as if he was an ant. Although he was dying, he still had the dignity of a golden overlord. We humans have a saying, "Death can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather." I don't know if you golden lions understand the meaning of this saying. The golden lion's disdainful eyes suddenly flashed. He turned his head and stared at Su Yu in surprise. "You can speak the language of the golden lions." Su Yu smiled gently. "Is it strange?" The golden lion said incredulously, "The language of the golden lions is never taught to outsiders. Ordinary people only know that we are uncivilized, ferocious beasts, but they don't know that the Golden Lion clan is also a race with a powerful civilization and has our own language. Where did you learn it? This is not the point. The point is, are you willing to die here?" Su Yu asked calmly. The golden lion was very excited to have someone who could communicate with him. He said, "Of course not. Why, do you want to save me?" "Yes." When Su Yu saw the golden lion with his heavenly eyes, he already had a plan in mind. The golden lion's eyes shone with wisdom. It raised its proud head and said mockingly, "Then make a deal with me. Make me listen to you and become your demonic pet?" It seemed to have seen through Su Yu's plan, and its eyes were filled with mockery. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shook his head indifferently. "A spiritual creature of your level is probably not qualified to be my spiritual pet. You are thinking too much." The golden lion was enraged. "Haha, how arrogant. Our golden lion clan is born to be an overlord creature. After we mature, we can even reach the level of a golden overlord. Our leader is a pinnacle existence at the level of a glazed crystal overlord. You are just a cave world venerable. You really don't have the qualifications to adopt us golden lions." Su Yu sighed and touched the 9 jade spiritual pearl with his finger. A human-sized cocoon appeared in front of him. As soon as the cocoon appeared, it immediately emitted an extremely unique aura. The golden lion's expression changed drastically, and its pupils constricted. What kind of creature is this? What a terrifying feeling. As a demon, the golden lion could feel the horror of little butterfly more than Su Yu, especially the gift of being able to eat anything. A trace of fear that originated from its bloodline emerged in the soul of the golden lion. "Take it away quickly." The golden lion was obviously a little afraid. Su Yu casually put away the cocoon and said lightly, "How is it? Do you still think you are qualified to be my demonic pet?" The golden lion's expression changed completely. It stared at Su Yu, its eyes full of surprise. It did not understand how Su Yu could subdue such a fierce spiritual pet. "I am not interested in subduing you, and you are not qualified to be my spiritual pet," Su Yu said lightly. "To save you, I only need you to do one thing." The golden lion was very angry after being despised by Su Yu, but he was indeed qualified. "Humph! If it is something that will damage my dignity, I will not do it even if I die." Su Yu laughed. "You are already like this. What dignity do you have left? Don't worry, I only have one thing to ask of you. How is your relationship with the great demons in front?" Su Yu asked. The golden lion finally understood Su Yu's meaning and said proudly, "Haha, they are all my brothers for many years. We drink together, train together, and even bathe with the female demonic beast. Oh, it is the spring water brewed by the female demonic beast. Cough, cough, don't misunderstand." Su Yu grinned. He had even encountered a romantic lion. "If that's the case, can you send us all the way to the pavilion in front?" Su Yu said. The golden lion's expression became serious. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Yes, but also no. Don't keep me guessing." Su Yu said. The golden lion said, "Those familiar ferocious beasts will basically give us face. It is not difficult for them to let you pass. But if you meet that guy, they may not be able to send you over." "Who?" "A guy that wanders around. It is a loner and has no fixed territory." The golden lion's expression changed at the mention of it. "The demons in this area, except for a few who have reached the level of the glazed crystal overlord, are not afraid of it." Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Why?" The golden lion said, "Because it is the only ferocious guy that feeds on other demonic beasts. Not only is its whereabouts erratic, but its strength is also extremely terrifying. The last news I heard of it was 3 years ago. A glazed crystal overlord who was training was ambushed and eaten by it." "Even a glazed crystal overlord could be eaten? What kind of terrifying thing was that?" "If we meet it, not to mention going to the pavilion, you and I might not even be able to escape." Su Yu's eyes were extremely solemn. That ferocious creature was indeed a great hidden danger. "However, you don't have to worry too much. That guy has not shown up for 3 years. I guess it is training in isolation. Our luck shouldn't be so bad that we just happen to run into it coming out of isolation." After a moment of silence, Su Yu nodded slowly. "We can only try." With a shift of his thoughts, Su Yu immediately released an infinite amount of vitality to heal the golden lion. Its injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only the beast elixir could not be healed by vitality. "Damn you guys, I only teased that woman a little, and you're already so unfriendly to me," the golden lion said angrily. The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. "You're so big, and you think you're teasing her? Tian Rulan thought you were going to eat her." "Stay here for now. It won't be too late to call you out when I need you." When his soul returned to his body, Su Yu opened his eyes. Their companion's injuries had also healed. It was a young man who was about the same age as them. What surprised Su Yu was that this person's cultivation was quite good. Based on his intuition, he should be at the same level as Bai Shuejian. Below the Golden Overlord, there were few who could rival him. He was staring at Su Yu with a strange look in his eyes. "You're awake? Come, let me introduce you. This is the guest of the Tianlan Manor, Li Chongqing." Tianjin introduced him enthusiastically. "Guest Chongqing, this is Su Yu, the one who saved my sister." Li Chongqing looked at Su Yu, slightly surprised. "You look alike, your facial features are similar, and your aura is even more similar." Su Yu was stunned. "You know me?" Li Chongqing nodded. Yes, someone once took out a portrait and offered a huge reward for information. Su Yu was puzzled. In the great beginning realm, this was the first time he had revealed his identity. Who could recognize him? Who offered the reward? Su Yu asked. Li Chongqing shook his head. I was just passing by and didn't take a closer look. I'm sorry. A hint of disappointment appeared in Su Yu's eyes. Who was it? Was it a friend or foe? Guest, the two of us intend to continue forward. We hope that you can help us, Tian Rilon interrupted. Li Chongqing pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, All right, the Tianlon Manor can only rely on us now. Only by going to the pavilion and obtaining the Pathmaster's enlightenment can we resolve the crisis. The Tianjian siblings heaved a sigh of relief. If he withdrew, the two of them alone would have no chance of winning. Then this little brother, Li Chongqing said. Tian Rilon said angrily, Big brother said to bring him along. Li Chongqing looked troubled. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Su Yu, Little brother, the three of us have limited abilities. If we encounter a powerful enemy, we might not be able to take care of you. Su Yu said calmly, It's all right, I can take care of myself. Then let's go, Li Chongqing said. The group immediately followed the predetermined route and moved forward. However, they had not gone far when they heard a shrill scream coming from beside them. It was the scream of a powerful, ferocious beast. Li Chongqing's expression changed slightly. Hide quickly. It could be a more powerful, ferocious beast or other participants. In his opinion, the latter was more dangerous. The former would usually not chase after them as long as they escaped from their territory. As for the latter, unless they handed over the altar fragment, they would chase them to the end. The four of them hid immediately. Before long, a group of people leaped over their heads. Su Yu glanced at them quietly and could not help but shiver slightly. Lan Yu? At this moment, Lan Yu was nestled in the arms of an arrogant man who was carrying a giant blade on his back. She was playing with a round beast core with a smile on her face. The beast core was fresh, with traces of beast blood remaining. Merciless Blade Emperor. Su Yu immediately recognized the man with the giant knife on his back. Behind them was Wu Xia. The merciless Blade Emperor played with Lan Yu's chest wantonly, laughing evilly. Sister Yuer'er, 9 golden overlord grade beast cores, and you will obey me. This is what you said. Lan Yu's delicate face was filled with charm as she said tenderly, Of course, but if you can help me teach that Su Yu a lesson, I will be even more willing to obey brother Merciless. Lan Yu smiled as she lay in his embrace. Su Yu's cold gaze was still on her mind, and she couldn't take it lying down. She wanted to see Su Yu kneel in front of her and admit his mistakes, lowering his arrogant head. The merciless Blade Emperor's gaze turned cold. That piece of trash? He should be glad that he did not meet me. Otherwise, I would have killed him. A smile appeared on Lan Yu's face as she leaned deeply into his embrace. On the ground, Li Chongqing and the Tian siblings turned to look at Su Yu in surprise. They had heard clearly that Lan Yu and the merciless Blade Emperor were not friendly toward Su Yu. Su Yu was helpless. A woman's heart was the hardest to understand. He had never done anything to harm Lan Yu. He did not even care about her abandoning him and still saved her. But in the end, she had asked the merciless Blade Emperor to teach him a lesson. The merciless Blade Emperor? Su Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light.